What up, everybody? Good morning and happy Wednesday. We are making a turn this week. Thanks for making us a part of your start. If you're already up and at it, whether you are listening on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM, online at sportstalk1051.com. You can stream it up over there. The YouTube video stream is also up and rolling. Download the Wisco Sports App. Take it on the go. Tell your Alexa, Google devices to say, yo, Alexa, play WAYY. Multiple ways, of course, for you to be joining in that Shoe Doctors bullpen line up and rolling, and the YouTube chat as well. What do we have on our game plan for us this morning? We are 1 day away. 1 day away. Will he or won't he? Obviously, we are talking about one Giannis Antetokounmpo, the Greek Freak, Milwaukee Bucks. Bucks did pick up a win last night, 131-115 over the Chicago Bulls. Kuzma dropping 31, Ryan Rollins 21, AJ Green actually getting into it with 17, B. Nance Jr. with 15, Gary Trent Jr. 15, Miles Turner 15. Maybe the most complete game for the Bucks and gosh, for forever. But the story is still Giannis with tomorrow's trade deadline almost here. What is the latest? Well, we got a big nugget from last night. If you missed it, Jim Owczarski from the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel able to talk to Giannis before the game yesterday. And you have to pay for it if you want to read the whole piece on the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. But I've got the whole thing. I paid for it because it's worth it. But some quotes here from Giannis, and the big one is he wants to retire. He said, if you are asking me what do I really want, what from my heart, I want to stay in Milwaukee. I want to retire with the Milwaukee Bucks. That's putting it out there. It's coming right from the horse's mouth, if you will. I mean, right there. So, balls in Milwaukee, the front office, the ownership's court, right? Yeah, there's a lot of good quotes in here from Giannis. What a fantastic get. What a fantastic piece from Jim Owczarski in the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. Yeah, the exact quote. If you ask me, what do I really want? Deep down in my heart, I want to be a Milwaukee Buck until I retire and win a championship here. End of sentence. So we'll go through some of the other quotes here from Giannis, but again, this is straight from Giannis saying he wants to stay in Milwaukee. He wants to be a Milwaukee Buck. He wants to retire as a Milwaukee Buck. I think he has firmly put if you play a little one-on-one basketball, you check. You check the ball before you start the next possession. He has checked it to the Bucks. He has checked it to John Horst and the ownership group. Your move. It's chess now. It's your move. Because I think, and we'll get into this more coming up here in just a little bit, but now he's from a fan base perspective, if Giannis does get traded by tomorrow's deadline or even in the offseason, he ain't going to be the bad guy anymore. If there was still some, I know there was plenty that weren't going to paint him as the bad guy, but this will be, all right, this is going to be a full-up, straight-up ownership decision, front office decision, goes against everything that you're hearing from the national peeps, that Giannis is the one saying this. Completely against it. This is straight from Giannis, if we take it word for word. So we'll go through more of this in case you weren't able to read it and such. But if you were kind of wondering, because let's face it, yesterday afternoon, I was like, oh, because there were some trades going down, and the Timberwolves made some moves to open up some money, to open up some payroll. And it got your mind wandering a little bit. What are they setting up for potentially a move to open up some cash for one Giannis? But, man, I don't know what to think anymore, you guys. I don't know. We'll go through this coming up here in just a little bit. But we'll talk some football here as well. Gutey speaks today. All right, 12:30, finally, his season-ending presser. Obviously coming after his contract extension as well. So we'll play a little game. Since it is Whiteboard Wednesday, I gave you a homework assignment. If you could ask one question to Gutey about this year's team and looking ahead to the 2026 season and such, what would that question be? I've got my top 5, and they are already on the whiteboard for our Whiteboard Wednesday this morning. So send in, turn in your homework assignments, you kiddos. You hit me up with the text 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line. So we'll hit that up as well. It is also a Mike's Star Market. Am I wrong? Have a little fun with this. You know, it doesn't just necessarily have to be a current sports take. Like, I was thinking about this yesterday, thinking about some Am I Wrongs, trying to expand our horizons. All right, so just for example, I could sit here and one of my Am I Wrongs could be this. Don Hudson's record of most points scored in a quarter is more unbreakable than Brett Favre's career starting streak. Am I wrong? Is anybody going to beat 29 points in a quarter? I don't think so. See, it's just an example like that. You could have a little fun with that one. All right, you could do a little fun with that. You could do a little, maybe if you do want to do a current sports take or something like that. So expand your horizons. All right, expand those horizons, and let's have some fun with that. So send me your Am I Wrongs. I could say, am I wrong that Sal Frelick should absolutely be listed as a top 10 right fielder in Major League Baseball? Shredder didn't have him on it last night. So I know some of the MLB Network peeps had him on their top 10 list. You guys are smarter than the Shredder right now. So, but yeah, have some fun with that one. All right, send those on over to. Well, maybe we'll throw a little more baseball talk into this too. So we'll chat that. I know Brewers, they loaded up the trucks, getting set for spring training, pitchers and catchers reporting and such. So the countdown is almost here to some baseball. I'm ready. I'm ready to get to some baseball season. So we got that on the docket. Yeah, but we're going to talk lots of Bucks, and we'll talk some green and gold here this morning because I think this is a big nugget from Jim Owczarski from the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. And you know, here you go to the mothership, okay, ESPN.com. You would think a quote from Giannis saying, "I want to retire as a Milwaukee Buck" would be like the top headline. Not even mentioned. Not even there. Not even in your top headlines. Heck, if you even just narrow it down to just clicking on the NBA tab. Nah. Not even there. Nah, not even on there. Because why would it be? Why would it be, right? That doesn't fit their narrative. Not even on CBSSports.com. I mean, what? Seriously. But we're not surprised, right? We're not surprised with that. So, all right, let's dive right into it right away because a lot of good stuff from Giannis before last night's game. Let's hit it up. We'll take our first break, and that is going to be our leadoff this morning. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes. We will be dropping a new episode of the Kid Cave later on this afternoon or early evening. That is through the Man Cave. We'll love it if all of you could check out the Man Cave podcast. New episodes up practically daily. So if you could, go to Spotify, 5 stars over there. Apple, 5 stars, positive review. That does make a difference. You don't think it will? It does. Joe, I've been seeing your comments on YouTube, and right now Joe's on YouTube, so appreciate that as well. Joe, if you got a quick sec, look it up on maybe Spotify, 5 stars, Apple as well. So, but big thanks. Changing it up a little bit for sure, but would love to get you all on board and tuning in to the Man Cave podcast. All right. What is it? The final countdown? Is it going to be the final countdown? Let's open up things here talking about not only the big story in Wisconsin sports, but in the world. It is Giannis watch right now. What are the Bucks going to do? The trade deadline is 1 day away. And you're seeing some trades right now in the NBA. You're seeing like a trade with the Wolves that opened up some money that had some people wondering, are they setting up for a move to potentially acquire one Giannis Antetokounmpo, the Greek freak, from the Milwaukee Bucks? Well, if you ask Giannis what he wants, it goes completely against the narrative that is being thrown out there by ESPN, by Shams, and all those insiders at that network and elsewhere from a national landscape. Jim Owczarski from the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel with the big bomb. And good for him. First of all, good that it was a local piece, Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel. So Jim's fantastic human being. We've had him on the program many times before. So friend of the program, Jim. But it's also kind of just, it's that smirk that you go to, I'm going to get to the quotes here from Giannis, which I think are big quotes, and it's coming from Giannis himself. You would think that would be top headlines across, the national stuff. No, not even mentioned. Why even throw that out there? It's kind of like whatever. So, big time shout out to Jim. So, what were the quotes? What were some of them? I won't go through the whole piece here because I highly encourage you to read the piece from Jim and support him because it was a fantastic get. But the big ones here from Giannis saying, quote, what I want deep down in my heart is I want to be a Milwaukee Buck for the rest of my career and win here, end quote. You would think that quote would be all over the place. All over. It's not. Because why? It doesn't fit the narrative that they're running with, perhaps. So, but some other quotes. I play because I bleed green. I play because I know what I've built here. For me, it's a huge puzzle. It's a huge Lego piece that I've built. And I don't like people taking out pieces from it. I want to keep on building as much as I can. What does that show? Does that show a guy that's not going to be here? Is that what my actions show? I could tell you whatever I want, but what does my actions show? That I want to be here. I want to be here with people that I know what it takes to win. I came here when I was 18. A human being, when is the time they have their earliest memories? Around the age of what? 4, 5, right? So from 5 to 18 is 13 years. From the time I can remember, I came here from 18 to 31, which is 13 years. I spent more time in Milwaukee, Wisconsin than in my country. I've created more memories in this city than in my country. The only memory I knew from my country is selling stuff in the street, go to practice, live in fear, protect my brothers as much as I can, and be a good kid, be a kind kid. So here, I'll tell you what I've known here. I've known what it is to be an NBA player, what it is to make it to the NBA. I've learned what it is to be an all-star player. I've learned how to be a champion. I've learned how to be an MVP. I've learned how to be a father. I got married in Milwaukee and also legally from the courthouse. And also, I've had my kids here. My father is buried here. So tell me when I open the passport of my kids and it says born in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, my dad is buried here in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So people have the audacity to come tell me and say, quote, this guy really doesn't love Milwaukee. I don't love Milwaukee. Not the people that know. The people of the city know how much I love them. This city has let me be myself. Let me be father. Let me be a husband. Have let me be my own true self. I'm walking in the street. People don't bother me. But there's going to be the whole other people because here's 8 billion in this world that have their own opinion. Opinions are cheap. That's why everybody has one. They let me be myself in this city, and I ask for one thing only, to bring joy back to this city because this city deserves it. We've been at the top, and I know we can have down years, but we have to continue to have the mindset, period. Okay. And if that's not the case, then I've seen the love of people and what they wish for me. If it's not the case and people have different agendas within their own team, something's got to change. That's all. When he was asked what his input into discussions with John Horst and ownership are, he said zero. Again, he insisted he's listening to Bucks ownership. He will not say he's lost faith in their ability to build a contending roster around him, saying, quote, I always listen. That's why I'm still here. I always listen and trust. But what I'm trying to say, how many chances do I have left to win a championship? So you just got to be more careful and more urgent in every decision that you make moving forward. It doesn't change. I think I've listened since day one, and that will never change. I have great respect, love, and likeness for John and the ownership, and that will never be different, won't change. But at the end of the day, you got to look. So, yeah, there's some pretty interesting quotes. And again, he said, if you ask me what do I really want deep down in my heart, I want to be a Milwaukee Buck until I retire and win a championship here. End of sentence. If that is not possible to happen, and if you realize maybe that's not the case, and maybe they're looking elsewhere, and that's not what they're trying to do, then automatically you just have to be in the plans of what they're trying to do or weigh the other options. It's normal. I know what my goal is. I don't know what their goal is. I know that I talk to them, but I don't think that it's fair to share the conversations that I talk with them. They haven't come to the game recently. We haven't been so good. So they're probably upset. I bet you can talk to them and ask them, what's your goal? What do you want to do? They might want to reveal. They might even want to sell. They might want to do some other things. Maybe. I don't know. So, as Bucks fans, you hear those quotes. Those are just some of the quotes from Giannis in that piece. What goes through your mind? What's your thought process through that? I think, well, for one, it's right there in writing and right there from Giannis's mouth. He wants to stay in Milwaukee. He wants to be a Buck. Does he want to win a championship? Oh, heck yeah. Absolutely he does. There's no doubting that. 100%. And he wants to do it in Milwaukee. It is setting up now, I think he has thrown that out there, and he's thrown it out there a few times now, right? A couple weeks ago, he said he would never demand a trade. Now he has told the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel he wants to retire as a Buck. He also wants to win. He wants to compete for a championship. He wants both of those things. He wants to do it in Milwaukee. Is that possible, though? That is the question. That's the question here. Can the Bucks, with Giannis and all their constraints financially now, can they win a championship with Giannis right now and all those constraints with all those moves that they made? That is the question. And I think that is what he's also thrown out there. If the Bucks don't think they can, then I think that's why we're probably hearing stuff that, all right, they're maybe making or thinking about making a move. But what this also does is it clearly, if the Bucks do decide to move on from Giannis, it's not because Giannis wanted it. I think that is now clearly evident. That it wasn't him forcing his way out. It goes against the story, the narrative, the rumor, the report, whatever the heck you want to call it, that he has been telling the Bucks for months that it's time for a new home. It goes completely against that. It just, right now, I think the question has to be answered. Can the Bucks win another championship with Giannis and their current constraints? Lack of talent, lack of financial flexibility because of the cap and such. That's what they got to figure out. And if I'm Horst, if I'm the ownership group, we got to sit down with Giannis here and say, okay, Giannis, we want you to stay here. Here, the couple things here. We want you to stay. We want you to retire as a Buck. We want you to play your whole career as a Milwaukee Buck. But we got to meet in the middle here now. Yes, the clock is ticking. The age is getting up there. But, you look at this year. All right? Not going to be winning a championship. We're going to have to make some tough decisions. We may have to cut some salary and such and make some other moves here. It might take a couple years. And I'm sure Giannis probably doesn't want to hear that. And he won't be all too happy about that, right? But it's you got to meet in the middle somewhere. It's if you want to stay as a Buck, then the Bucks and Giannis are gonna have to come to an agreement of like, okay, this might take a couple years to kind of reset everything. And with that, if Giannis truly does want to remain, and I'm the Bucks, I approach him with a contract extension. You want to stay? And you're committed to us? We'll commit to you. It's going to take probably a year, maybe a year and a half, 2 years to kind of reset. Who knows? If you're willing to do that, so you could play your whole career here with the Bucks, sign the dotted line. Sign the extension, and all this talk out there will go away for a little bit because we know it'll never completely go away. I want these two, Giannis kind of mentioned there that, they're not talking. If the trade deadline comes and goes and there's no move, I really hope both sides can sit down and talk and figure this thing out. And just come to some sort of an agreement and an understanding. Okay, this is the plan. This is what we're thinking. And then, move forward. It's probably going to have to take to rebuild while keeping Giannis. This year, you can wash it completely down the drain. Hey, they ain't doing anything. You look at next year, though. You're like, okay, let's take a step towards that. Still going to be a little financially constrained in that, but you're going to have a little bit more flexibility. All right? Cool. But you really, the other part in this thing here, too, is if you have a little bit more of that financial flexibility and such, you're thinking you could get some free agents, get some guys to pair up and with Giannis. Giannis is going to have to show that commitment and sign that extension and kind of help bring in some other talent. You know, it's like if I'm a free agent, let's say, you know, I'm a stud player, younger player or such, and okay, I'm intrigued with playing with Giannis and such, but I don't know if he's committed there, so why would I commit there? I mean, this is where that understanding between Giannis and the Bucks are going to have to come together and, you know, sing Kumbaya, hold hands, whatever it has to be, and show a united front in this thing. That's how I would approach all this. If I'm Horst, if I'm the ownership, I see this from Giannis. I see that he wants to retire as a Buck. Okay, Giannis, let's sit out. Here's what we have to do. This is the only way this is going to work. We've dug ourselves into a big hole. We're not going to point the fingers at why. We're not going to blame who. Just we've dug. Let's acknowledge we've dug ourselves into a deep hole with some questionable decisions at best. Decisions that didn't work. You want to stay here. We want you to stay here. But this is how it's going to work. This year, down the drain. We ain't doing anything. Next year, we'll take that next step. Still not going to be fully, you know, everything's going to be cleaned off the books. Might take a couple years. Are you in? Are you in for this? And if he says yes, present him with that contract extension, nail it down, and then you go from there. If he's not, if he says he doesn't want to give it a couple years, that he's not buying into that, then I think that's when you go into the offseason with that, all right, maybe we do have to move on. But Giannis has clearly put the ball in the front office and the ownership's court. Check. Giannis doesn't want out. So if the Bucks decide to move on from him, it's because the Bucks wanted to move on from Giannis and reset this whole thing. Wow, this is it. This is really, really interesting. Like, this is a little bit different now than the whole Rodgers thing. I feel like, because and I'll admit it too. Like, earlier on in this whole process, like a couple months ago and such, I wanted Giannis to say, "What do you want?" I wanted him to come out and say, "What do you want?" Can't say he hasn't done that now. You know, a couple times now. You know, a few weeks ago, he says, "I'm not going to demand a trade." And now he's literally said, "I want to retire." But okay, he has told us what he wants now. He wants to win a championship. He wants to do it in Milwaukee. And I think it's pretty clear cut. If the Bucks don't think that they can win another championship with Giannis in the current way it's going, then he probably will be out. Or if he doesn't think that's going to happen here in the next couple of years, or doesn't like the plan, he probably isn't going to sign an extension. I don't know. That's kind of where I feel like at this point. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll get to your thoughts, comments on the situation. Hit us up with a quick text, 715-830-1912. We'll be right back after these few words. Got a few texts already to get to here this morning. Benjamin in EC says, I have two am I wrongs. One, the Brewers making the World Series this year would be a bigger deal than the Packers going to the Super Bowl. Am I wrong? I don't think I could tell you you're wrong. I think it'd be fairly close, but no, I don't think I could tell you that you're wrong, especially considering the makeup of Major League Baseball right now. I mean, that would mean the Brewers would represent the National League over the likes of the Dodgers, the Mets, the Cubs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So that's big in itself with that. Number two, Giannis has said nothing except for wanting to stay in Milwaukee. Am I wrong for believing in him? I think he wants to stay in Milwaukee. I think he wants to win in Milwaukee. But I also think maybe he recognizes, hey, if I'm not going to be able to win in Milwaukee, I might have to do it elsewhere. You know, like he doesn't want it, but I think he recognizes though too that I might have to, or it might. I might not have a choice in that matter either. Let's be real. He might not have a choice in that matter. Tim in the Cooley region, am I wrong for thinking Giannis isn't the typical NBA player, that he is loyal to the Bucks for drafting him and getting his family here instead of a lot of the NBA players who only care about themselves and what they get paid? His love for the Bucks, Milwaukee, and his family are clearly evident. I don't think you're wrong either, Tim. You know, I look at some NBA players right now, and I think we could probably, and I know it's not fair to probably say what I'm about to say here, but just kind of from what we hear in actions and such. But you look at a lot of the NBA players, I think there's a few that we could say winning means probably the most to them, trying to win a championship, trying to, to collect as much hardware as possible. I put Steph Curry in there. I'd put Giannis in there. I do think LeBron wants to win, even though he has moved around different teams, but I think for obvious reasons too. I'd put those guys in there. I would love Giannis to be like Steph Curry and play his entire career for one team, unless Steph later on plays elsewhere. But the Kobes, obviously, the Duncans, those type of players. C-Bomb, noted NBA fan, C-Bomb. People have been saying for months that Giannis could squash all these trade talks. Why doesn't Giannis say something? Giannis. Well, Giannis just laid down the hammer. It's all on management now. This isn't like Favre or Rodgers. There's not another stud waiting in the wings. They would be trading a corner piece franchise player for nothing more than hope and potential. I don't know about the NBA, but potential gets general managers fired in the NFL. And the thing is, too, it's not like John Horst has nailed the draft. I'm sorry, but he hasn't really hit on picks. We can kind of look at that, too, right? He wasn't the guy that drafted Giannis, so he can't even hang his hat on that one. It's not like the Bucks have been awesome in the draft. Can't even hang your hat on that. I don't want that to happen. Like if we're like, oh, yeah, we're gonna go in the draft and we've had success finding these players and drafting that. No. And I get some of it is because, later picks, back end and that sort of stuff. But man, they've just that has not worked. I mean, look at these. Let me bring up the list of Bucks draft picks since let's go. Was it 2014? Yeah, that would have been Jabari Parker draft in 2014. So here we go. They drafted Giannis in 2013. And even that, people are like, who? What? Huh? Who's that guy? After that, it was Jabari Parker. Yeah, we were all excited about a potential pairing of Giannis and Jabari Parker. I still remember watching that draft, for crying out loud. It was Andrew Wiggins or Jabari Parker. Either way, I was like, okay, we're good. We're gonna have a running mate for Giannis. No, didn't work out. Rashad Vaughn. Remember the Thon Maker years? The best pick in that draft was Malcolm Brogdon. DJ Wilson. Dante DiVincenzo might honestly be the best one so far, but he is not with the Bucks anymore. Actually, Kevin Porter. You throw in Kevin Porter, who is back with the Bucks. Hey, 2019, maybe that is their best one, even though they shipped them off. R.J. Hampton, Jordan Nora, Isaiah Todd, Marjon Beauchamp, A.J. Johnson right now, Tyler Smith. I mean, there's those picks. And again, the Kevin Porter one might be the better one. He originally drafted by the Bucks, but they shipped him off, and then they got him back in return. So it was like a happy accident, I feel like. So even if they do get that, that's the thing too with the NBA. It's like, hey, picks don't really matter a whole lot unless you got like the next LeBron James coming in the draft, and you want the number 1 overall pick, or a Victor Wembanyama. It's like, oh yeah, let's go make sure we get the number 1 pick for that guy. The quote for sure things. But, yeah, I don't even trust the Bucks to hit the draft. I don't have that. I don't have that. So, vibe check. I told you we were going to be doing this up until past the draft deadline. Now that Giannis has spoken, and he has said some very significant stuff about wanting to stay in Milwaukee. How's your vibe feel? All right. How's your vibe feel? Let me know. Hit me up with those thoughts, okay? We'll take our final break. First quarter's already going to be through the books. And coming up next hour, we're going to kick it off with some Whiteboard Wednesday. Gutey speaks to the media today. His season-ending presser, finally. Give me the one question you would ask Gutey about this year's team and looking ahead to the upcoming team. I've got my top 5. I did 5. I'm only asking 1 from you. But they're on my whiteboard right now. So we'll hit that up just past the 7 o'clock. Continue to send me your Mike Star Markets. Am I wrong? Some good ones already this morning. All right, final break, and we'll be right back in just a couple minutes. When you need glass done right, trust the local experts at Post Glass and Mirror in Chippewa Falls. From residential and commercial glass to mirrors, windows, and custom solutions, they deliver quality craftsmanship and dependable service every single step of the way. Whether it's a repair, a replacement, or a custom project, Post Glass and Mirror has the experience that you could count on. Learn more, or you can request some service online by visiting postglassandmirror.com. Post Glass and Mirror, clear solutions and trusted results. Speaking of Post Glass and Mirror, we did put up that poll question last night, the 715 Speaks poll question brought to you by Post Glass and Mirror. And Jeremy, if you are listening this morning, did use your question and used that as a poll question. But it was and maybe a little bit different now with the Giannis news and such. But we threw out there, what is, as a Wisconsin sports fan, what quote story has been maybe the most annoying to you? 53% of you that voted, 53, Aaron Rodgers drama. 18% went with the Favre retirement saga. 16% went with Giannis, should be traded to a big market. And then 13% of you saying Brewers rarely making big moves like trades and free agent signings. So over half going with the Aaron Rodgers drama. So it was a good question. I was kind of curious. I was kind of curious to see how the rest of the armchair MVPs of our listeners would kind of vote on that. And here you are. So good stuff. Thanks for everybody for voting. You can still vote if you go to our Sports Talk 105.1 Facebook page. All right, you can still vote on there. So, again, we're looking at what's your vibe, how you feeling right now, hearing this stuff from Giannis. I think it's rare, too, just incredibly rare to hear an athlete the caliber of one Giannis Antetokounmpo kind of go out there and say, no, I want to stay. I want to retire here. I do think I do think there is, it's not just straight up, hey, I want to be here no matter what. I don't care if we stink. I don't care if we suck. I want to be here the whole time. I do think, there's a little bit of like, yes, I want to be here, but I also want to win. I want both. I want both to happen in Milwaukee. I want to be here, and I want this to be a championship caliber team and franchise for the foreseeable future. And again, that's why I think that is the question at hand. That is the question they have to try to answer. Can they still remain to be a contending team for a championship for the next couple of years, for the next few years, with Giannis still on there? Obviously, with Giannis on there, you're going to be able to contend, but the other implications of some of the decisions over the last few years is what's holding this team back. That's what they have to figure out. That's why I feel like, again, these two sides, let's just sit down and hash this out over a broad and a whatever. I mean, new food for Giannis to try again. Yeah. If you don't know what I'm talking about, look up some of his videos over the years. Maybe get him some Chick-fil-A nuggets and such. But we'll definitely keep talking about this all morning long, as the NBA trade deadline again is tomorrow afternoon. So we'll see if anything does transpire, but he definitely has put the ball in the courts of the Milwaukee Bucks front office and the Milwaukee Bucks ownership group. We'll see what they do with that. Again, coming up next hour, we'll talk a little green and gold. The question that you would ask Packers general manager Brian Gutekunst at his presser today has to be, involving the team from this past season to looking ahead to 2026. What would be the question that you would ask? I've got my top 5 for our Whiteboard Wednesday, but I just want one from you. Just want one from you. So please send those on over. We'll get to those throughout the morning here. Continue to send me your Mike Star Markets, Am I Wrong? Your sports take, your sports opinion, your thoughts, where you would say, am I wrong? Am I wrong for saying that? Am I wrong for thinking that? best ones I'll read up on the air too. So a couple vibe checks here. We got Dave yesterday saying, I was about 50-50 yesterday, but now I feel like Giannis will not be traded by tomorrow's deadline. Still unsure about the offseason. And Nick says, I didn't think Giannis was going to be traded by tomorrow. Still don't think he's going to be traded by tomorrow, but I still question whether or not he's going to be on the roster after this season. And then Bill says he won't be traded by tomorrow, but I still feel like he is going to be traded in the offseason. So those are just a few vibe checks from our listeners, courtesy of the Shoe Doctors bullpen line. Continue to send those on over, and we'll get to those. I will get to those throughout the rest of the morning and such. I do see we got a couple of questions for Packers General Manager Gutey, so I'll save those for when we get to those coming up in the final hour. Bucks are also back in action, by the way, tonight too. So they did pick up that win against the Bulls last night, 131-115. Maybe one of the more complete offensive games, spreading it out, and then Kuzma having himself a nice game. But they are back at it tonight in Milwaukee, taking on the Pelicans, a Pelicans team that is 13-39 on the season. Bucks looking for their 20th win of the season. Right now they are 19-29. So we did have some NBA trades yesterday. James Harden, he's going to the Cavs. Jaren Jackson's going to the Jazz. A couple other moves here and there. Obviously, we talked a little bit about the Timberwolves clearing up some money, some space for a potential move for Giannis. So we'll see. All right. Only got about a minute and a half left. Good morning, Morgs.
I didn't ask you personally, and I know you're talking about it now, but in case I missed it, what are your personal feelings on the Giannis trade?
I don't think he'll get traded by tomorrow.
No?
Mm-mm.
Are you sad to see him go?
He's not going yet.
Okay, if
he does, yeah.
Okay. Now, did you, when you, think back to early Giannis days, the Oreos and the milk and charming the city, did you feel like he was never going to go anywhere?
Mm-hmm.
You don't think it's on him, though?
No, I think, the piece from the Journal Sentinel where he talked last night where he said he wants to retire as a Buck.
I believe that. See, that's kind of what I was wondering because It's like when he says that, I still believe there's some authenticity to that statement. And it makes it feel like kind of a bummer on our part. You bring in Doc and people and you think, okay, Rivers is going to get it together. Like it looked like it was going places. It's just like kind of a bummer when it comes down to it,
Yeah. I think he wants to stay, but I also think he wants to win. And I think that's where it's still a little sketchy at this point.
And you got to understand that as an athlete, too. So transfer it to football. Who is the one player on the Packers team that you would be truly emotional about losing? Not like objective and look at it and you see the game and everyone gets that. You can always go pragmatic and take like your personal feelings out of it. I'm talking purely personal. Dan Kasper, don't go.
I mean, I've already maybe I'm immune to it because we went through it with Favre. That was the emotional one. So
yeah.
Rodgers. So I don't know if there really is one.
Were you emotional at Rodgers though? At the end?
Rodgers, I was just like, okay, it's time. It's go.
Yeah. Like see yourself out. Yeah.
That sort of thing. So.
But anybody on the current team that you would feel that way about, even a little bit connected to?
I mean, I don't want to ever start over again. If we continue to have really good quarterbacks, yeah, Jordan or Micah Parsons probably. So.
Do you think we're in an era where younger generations don't get attached to athletes because they trade so often?
I think they get more attached to athletes than they do teams.
Oh, that makes sense.
So.
Good call.
All right. Thanks, Marks. All right, second hour, second quarter, kicking off right now on this Wednesday morning of February 4th. Thanks for hanging out with us, whether you're on the radio dials, tuning in on the radio dials online, sportstalk1051.com, the Wisco Sports App, the YouTube video stream, your Alexa devices, whatever the case may be. What up? Good morning. We spent the first hour talking all Giannis. Trade deadline coming up tomorrow. Giannis speaking to the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel before the game yesterday. So we'll see. Kind of putting the ball in the Bucks court right now. Big time quote saying he wants to retire as a Milwaukee Buck. So we'll see if the Bucks kind of at least grant him that for a little bit here. But definitely had some moves yesterday. We'll see if there's going to be, across the NBA, we'll see if there's going to be anything more today. And obviously with the trade deadline tomorrow. We'll get back to some more hoops talk coming up a little bit later on. Also, we are going to be talking, let me restart that. Got distracted there. Let's talk some Packers. General Manager Brian Gutekunst is holding his season-ending presser later on today. If you had to ask him, or if you could ask him one question about this team, what transpired this past season, and looking ahead to 2026, what would it be? I've got 5. All right, it's part of my Whiteboard Wednesday. I've got 5 questions that I would ask Packers General Manager Brian Gutekunst. And I'm sure we probably all have maybe some similar, or a lot of us have similar questions here. So if you're watching the video stream, here's my 5 questions for Gutey. And we'll go through each one, and I'll explain a little bit. And if you're watching, you're probably like, dude, you have got some awful handwriting. Yes, I do. Number 1, how do you fix the offensive line? Okay? How do you fix the offensive line? Obviously, Rasheed Walker's probably gone. Aaron Banks signing doesn't look great. You got Zach Tom coming off injury. Who's going to be your center? Sean Ryan is also a free agent. I mean, you got questions across the board. Jordan Morgan, is he going to be your future starting left tackle? You've put him all over the board. Where's Anthony Belton fitness? Is he going to straight up be a guard going forward? There's a lot of questions with this offensive line. How do you fix it? How big of a priority is this for you in the offseason? Is it number 1? Is it number 2? Is it number 3? It's got to be a top one. We know this. But how do you fix it? Is Jordan Morgan going to be your starting left tackle going forward? Aaron Banks, how disappointed were you in that signing so far in his first year? Is Sean Ryan a priority to bring back and keep him at center? Is Anthony Belton a fixture at right guard now? Zach Tom's at right tackle. We know that, and hopefully he comes back fully healthy. But how do you fix this offensive line? And the depth behind those guys, too. Because injuries are going to happen. How do you retool that? How do you get better depth with that group? Number 2, do you regret? Now, I know he'll never admit, but I'm going to throw it out there. Do you regret your cornerback decisions? Rolling with Keyshawn Nixon as your 1, Nate Hobbs, bringing him aboard and trying to convert him from a slot nickel where he was a better corner to an outside corner. That didn't work. Then you had Carrington Valentine. And then after that, what? I mean, Javon Bullard was solid as a slot/safety, but, I mean, your top 3, you didn't really go through a lot of injuries between Keyshawn and Carrington, so that was actually a positive because then your depth really would have been challenged there. Nate Hobbs couldn't stay healthy, but do you regret how you approached this season, this past season, with your cornerback group? Do you regret maybe not doing a better job or investing more into that outside of Nate Hobbs? Because you got to get better. We know this is probably going to be a high priority in the upcoming draft. I don't know if it'll be a priority in free agency for them, but they got to get better depth. They got to get better talent at that cornerback position, especially considering your new defensive coordinator wanting to drop extras in coverage. They need to get better, okay? I would ask, do you regret not doing enough with that cornerback room in the offseason? Number 3, we've talked about it during the season, early parts of the offseason, but what is your plan for Rashawn Gary and Elton Jenkins? I mean, it clearly seems like they're going to be cut candidates and open up some cap space. Yep, you're going to take some dead cap hit. But is that your plan? Is it going to be a post-June 1st cut? Are you going to try to trade for him at first, which good luck? Is there any interest maybe bringing back Jenkins for a really, really cheap deal just to help shore up that offensive line depth for maybe a year or so? What is your plan for those two guys? And if there was one that was maybe a little bit more likely to come back, would that be Elton Jenkins because of the offensive line? I would think so, but he's also coming off of a serious injury too. So, but what is your plan for those two guys? And number 4, your defensive line priority. And I'm talking like the front 4 here. Let's pretend we're still 4-3 or that's where it's going to be at. So, obviously Mike on one end. I'm assuming Lucas Van Ness going to be on the other. But what's your priority in terms of, are you going to try to bring back Kingsley Enagbare, even though it's probably going to cost a little bit more? Devontae Wyatt, are you going to try to sign him to an extension, maybe to lower that 5th-year option cap hits? But what about the other interior defensive linemen? Are you looking to upgrade? Is it a big priority for you? What about the depth at edge rushers behind Micah and Lucas Van Ness? We saw some nice things from Baron Sorrell. Colin Oliver got a little bit in towards the end of the season. Are they going to depend on those two guys? That's probably my guess here. But what about the interior front, especially the big guys? Carl Brooks, Colby Wooden. Did you see enough from those guys to say, let's run it back with those guys? How big of a priority is it going to be for you to get better depth at the defensive line position, maybe specifically that interior front? And is it a huge priority for you to make sure you lock up Devontae Wyatt to a long-term extension? Or are you a little bit nervous because the guy has also had some injuries almost every single year? But defensive line priority, where's it at? And then finally, my 5th and final question, Quay or no Quay? That is the question. Because if we go back to the combine from last year, Gutey was vocal about wanting to keep Quay Walker around, wanting to sign Quay Walker to an extension. Didn't want to do the 5th-year option because it'd be too much, but an extension actually would be cheaper. He was very, 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 very vocal and has been many times since then about wanting to keep Quay Walker in Green Bay. Yet there has been no extension and no new contract. So, what do you still feel that way? Do you look at this draft with some accounts, early looks at the draft, and from draft experts out there, many feel like there could be some options, plenty of options to replace Quay Walker in this draft. So do you move on from him, save a little bit of money, roll with Edrin Cooper because he's probably going to need a pay raise, go with Isaiah McDuffie, Hopper, and then another linebacker in the draft? But Quay or no Quay? That is the question. My honorable mention, because you always got to do a top 5 plus, right? My honorable mention, my other question that I would have added on here, if I get one more, if I get an extra credit question to ask Gutey at his presser today, would be outside of maybe Devontae and then Quay, who is at the top of your list for an extension between Tucker, Jaden Reed, and I'll even throw Christian Watson in there. I know he signed the 1 year, but, I mean, he is eligible for another extension. What he did towards the end of the season and such, and showed the importance within this offense. Like, how, if you had to rank him in terms of importance, or is maybe another way to ask it too is, with Tucker Kraft coming off the ACL injury, is he a little bit nervous about wanting to give him an extension this offseason? Does he want to see him, get back on the field and play before devoting a lot of money to him? What about Reed? What about Watson? Like, how important is it for him, for this team? And those are 3 offensive players too, remember. But how important is it to get those 3 locked up long term for the future, for the now and for the future for this ball club? Did the Tucker Kraft injury put a pause on that? Because it sure seemed like before that injury, Tucker Kraft was going to be, Pro Bowl, setting some high marks and such. And I wouldn't have faulted him if after this season, if he was healthy and he put those high marks, he's like, yeah, I ain't going to training camp until I get a new contract. I don't think anybody would have faulted him. But now that ACL injury, it's kind of put that into question and flux a little bit. So there's no doubt there's some major questions that Brian Gutekunst has to figure out this offseason. The window is now for the next couple of years. What is he going to do for his part as the general manager, as the leader in the front office to get this team back to a Super Bowl and competing for a Super Bowl championship? I would throw another question on here too, another honorable mention. Kind of mentioned it the other day, but I'd still like to know this. With Elliott Wolf and John Schneider in the Super Bowl, does that drive you a little bit more? Yeah, Schneider, it's his 3rd one. Elliott Wolf, it's his 1st one. Elliott, you got the job over Elliott in Green Bay, so, does that drive you a little bit? Does that get you motivated? I hope so. He probably wouldn't answer it publicly. That would have to be a question again. You're sitting at the bar and having a beer with him and such. So, those are my questions that I would ask Gutey at his presser. What about you? What about the rest of you? What would you ask Gutey if you had one question to ask the Packers general manager at his presser later on today? It's one of those two. I don't know if we're going to know anything or learn anything or find out anything earth-shattering. I hope people aren't going to be all gung-ho. I mean, I'm curious to hear what he has to say. But I hope people, again, I hope fans aren't really expecting to hear or wanting to hear, demanding to hear, this, that, and all this other stuff. That's just not going to happen. That's just, so. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll have some more Green and Gold chats. Plenty more Bucks chats coming up, too, with the trade deadline coming up tomorrow. The Giannis talk, the Giannis quotes, some good stuff. Quickly, Surveyor says, my question to Gutey, who do you blame for the O-line struggles? Your ability to draft, the coach, or the players not progressing? Because Jordan cannot continue to stand behind that offensive line. Otherwise, he will turn into Joe Burrow. All right, quick break. We'll be back with more after these few words. Looking for a great place to gather in Eau Claire? You can check out the VFW Post 305 with a full calendar of events, live music, and a menu packed with crowd favorites. It's a spot where everyone feels welcome. Whether you're stopping in for a casual night out, meeting friends, or catching up over great food and drinks, there's always something happening at the VFW Post 305. They're located at 1300 Star Avenue in Eau Claire. And don't forget, we've got our March Madness Skip Day coming up on Friday, March 20th. We'll be doing the program over there. And more details to come, but put it on your calendar if you want to watch some hoops. I know a lot of you taking the day off for basketball and such. So if you're looking for somewhere to hang out, we'll be at the VFW Post 305, again, located 1300 Star Avenue in Eau Claire. We'll get back to we got a lot of texts coming in here, so we'll get back to those here in just a little bit about Giannis and such. Chatting some football here, and Gutey, Brian Gutekunst, Packers general manager, will be holding his season-ending presser in just a few hours, about 12:30 today. So if you could ask him one question, what would that question be, Joe?
How was dinner at the Kohler Club or drinks with he and Ed Policy and LaFleur and Russ Ball? No, I would ask him very simply, what was the process like transitioning from Mark Murphy to Ed Policy, and was there ever a question of whether or not you'd be extended? Mm-hmm. So I think that would be, because I don't think there was ever a question. I just don't. I think there was more media hype about it than substance, actually. So yeah, I think that would be my question. But the answer I would get would be the answer I would expect to get.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So looking at, we got the extension's all official. Jonathan Gannon's all official. We're hearing some more about, position coaches, mm-hmm. Bobby Babich and such.
Which I thought was a great move.
Yep. So kind of the stuff that we're hearing, mostly defensive coaches and such. Do you like what a lot of the guys you're hearing? The safeties coach from the 49ers is coming over. Obviously, a linebackers coach, was defensive coordinator over at Virginia Tech, former UW lacrosse football player and such. Do you like some of the moves that you're hearing in terms of the position coaches?
I do. And I think what I like most about what I'm hearing and seeing and reading is the fact that you and I have talked about this, that Matt LaFleur needed to hire experience. And the promote from within is a really, really, really good philosophy. It's a draft and develop, if you will, from a coaching standpoint. But sometimes you need an outside pair of eyes. Mm-hmm. Sometimes you need an experienced outside pair of eyes. I say this to clients a lot, Dan, and it's hard to read the label when you're on the inside of the bottle. And so it's the same thing here, where if you can bring fresh eyes and a fresh perspective, different experiences and more experience, I just think that's going to help what I saw as probably the wart on Matt LaFleur's coaching track record is that in-game adjustment. And I think having experienced position coaches, having guys that can see it through a different camera lens, if you will, I think it's just going to help. So, yeah, and again, like what I'm hearing, you're looking at with Gannon, you're looking at some different coverages that Green Bay wasn't used to. You're looking at the fundamentals when you talk about the secondary coach coming over from San Francisco. You talk about more of a hybrid 3-4-4-3 type of thing. But, yeah, overall, I'm pleased with the moves that they're going after. And I was also pleased to hear that they are looking outside potentially for that quarterback coach position. Because I think, again, everyone expected Luke Getsy to just move into that position, and Green Bay has interviewed a couple of people outside the organization. So yeah, I like the direction that Matt LaFleur is taking this offseason.
Sticking with Sean Mannion, how big of a loss is that, though, for the development of Jordan Love?
It's big, but it's not catastrophic. And the reason I say this is because I think Tom Clements really was the guy for Jordan Love. Mm-hmm. And I think Sean Mannion was able to take what Tom Clements taught him and coached him and take it to the next level. So I'd like to see a little bit of a lengthy track record now with this next QB coach. I think it's a big loss, but again, I think they can overcome it with the right guy in that position.
Looking at the Super Bowl ahead here, you got two Packers former front office men. John Schneider's going to his third Super Bowl. Has already won one. Elliott Wolf, back to the going to his first Super Bowl. The guy that that Gutey got the job over in Green Bay. I think Gutey feels a little more motivated seeing his two buddies competing for a Super Bowl. I hope he does, at least.
No, I think it's human nature. Mm-hmm. You have to. If you going back to their scouting days, and I remember one time I was up in Green Bay in the off season. It was early summer, and all the scouts came into the D2, and this is back and when Gutey was still there or in a scouting position, and Elliott Wolf, and you're sitting around like you said, having a beer with a buddy. And then now you look across and you're saying, wow, those two guys who I was drinking with 10 years ago, hanging out with 10 years ago, they're both in Super Bowls. Mm-hmm. And John Schneider has already had a couple of. So yeah, I think Gutey says to himself, privately over a beer or a scotch or whatever Gutey drinks in those quiet hours of the evening, I think, yeah, he says, man, you know what? I'm just as good as those guys. Or he probably looks at it and says, and I think the Green Bay Packers this past year, I think you look at it in the team that Gutey assembled for this past year, I think before the injuries was good enough to compete for a Super Bowl. I do. And so Gutey's probably saying, yeah, I'm just as good as those guys. But wait, when I look at it objectively, I think I built a Super Bowl team. Injuries derailed that. Mm-hmm. So I think there's a little bit of pragmatic look at it saying, you know what, it is what it is, kind of an approach.
Mm-hmm. With the Senior Bowls kind of already kicked off and we're getting close to the full-on offseason, got to get through the Super Bowl here first and such. From a personnel standpoint, what do you think is the biggest thing Gutey has to address this offseason? Is it offensive line? Is it defensive line? Is it the cornerback room? Which one?
I think he's got to make a decision pretty early in the new NFL season on what to do with his free agent class from last year. Mm-hmm. I think that's one of the biggest things he needs to do right away. And again, he probably already knows what he's going to do with that. We just don't at what happens in 1265. So you look at Banks and you look at Hobbs and you say, okay, where do I create this cap? Do I do something with those two guys, admit mistakes and move on? Do I hope they get better, et cetera, et cetera? So you clean up the salary cap situation, and then I still think he probably makes a second, third day move in free agency for a cornerback. And then I think you look in that second round, I think you look at best player available among these positions. And that's going to be cornerback, that's going to be offensive line, and that's going to be defensive line. And again, if Gannon's true to his word about going more 3-4, now you're looking at some different needs. Now you're looking at that true nose tackle that you're going to have to go after. And I don't think I don't think you draft that position in the second round. So I think cornerback somehow gets addressed through free agency. And then I think you need to address, and you can always draft offensive linemen. I think Green Bay has shown that they can grab guys in the fourth round and turn them into all-pro players and Pro Bowl players. And so I think he needs to look at it and be more specific this year from a positional standpoint. Because I think when you look at this roster and you look at this team, you say, yeah, there are 3 position holes on this team. Pretty obvious ones. And I think you look at the rest of the roster and you say, I think we're set here. I think we're set here. I think we're set here. So I think you're going to see more of Gutey probably double dipping this year with a positional group. And so, again, I think those are kind of the areas of focus. First and foremost, though, he and Russ Ball need to get this team in a better salary cap position.
Mm-hmm. And maybe a couple of those moves is Rashawn Gary, Elton Jenkins,
absolutely,
moving on from those guys. Josh Jacobs maybe even getting a restructure to lower some of that hit. With that, too, you going back to the free agent class that you mentioned, would you be opposed if they did cut ties with an Aaron Banks and a Nate Hobbs, knowing it would be a huge dead cap hit?
I've gone back and forth on this. And I think Aaron Banks objectively started playing better as the year went on. And I think a lot depends on what they do with that center position. Again, can they re-sign Sean Ryan? Because it appeared to me Green Bay's running game got going once Elton Jenkins got hurt, and they moved Sean Ryan into that center position, and they moved Belton into that right guard position. And Aaron Banks started getting a little bit healthier. So the problem with moving on, and again, if they feel, nope, bad fit, we made a mistake, we're moving on, that's fine. The problem, though, is you still have that hole there. Because unless you're going to bring Elton Jenkins back and move him back to left guard, which I don't see that, if you move on from Aaron Banks, who plays left guard? And so I think you've put yourself in a situation, and Hobbs as well. You just don't have the depth in the secondary or the offensive line that you can plug and play. And so I think I personally feel Green Bay probably keeps both of them. And I think that Gutey maybe gets a restructure out of one of them and a little bit of a relief from a cap hit. And again, both of their cap hits this year are significant.
Yeah.
I mean, they really are significant. These were interesting deals that Gutey did last year. And again, it's a hit and miss league because the year before, he hits it out of the park with Josh Jacobs and Xavier McKinney. And of course, last year, I think his biggest acquisition, no question, was Micah Parsons. So it is a hit and miss kind of league, and you're not going to hit on all of them. And, you know, the exercise of they missed out on this guy because they drafted this guy, every NFL team can do that.
Right.
So, you know, again, you kind of got to roll with it when you miss like that. I think the key to it, though, is moving on quickly. If they feel at 1265 Hobbs and or Banks were big mistakes, move on, take the dead cap hit. I have zero problem with it. I don't see it happening.
Yeah, that would be a shocker, I think.
It'd be a huge shock.
Right.
If they just, nope, we're moving on, and we'll take the dead cap after 1 year. Restructures, absolutely. And I think both players might look at it, too, and say, you know, I might be up for a restructure because they're both still relatively young. And so they're probably looking at, if I restructure, what does that position put me in for that third contract? And so I think that's where you need to look at as a player, not just what's best for me today, but what's best for me in 5 years.
Where do you think this window is for Green Bay? Is it 2, 3, few years?
I think it's 4.
4?
I think Parsons was a 4-year deal, right? Extension, so it's essentially 5.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think 4 years. You know, that puts Jordan Love at 30-ish, 31. That puts Micah Parsons at, I believe, 29, 30, somewhere around there. That puts some of your younger talent that you've got, the Christian Watsons of the world, puts Zach Tom in that upper 20s, 30s range. And so, yeah, Xavier McKinney, you know, all of those guys, they start getting in that range. And so, yeah, I'd say it's a 4-year window. And I think it's a legit 4-year window. I think this team, again, without the injuries last year with Tucker Kraft and Micah Parsons and Zach Tom, et cetera, I think they make a deep playoff run. And I don't think they finished the year like they did. I think they finished the year on an upswing and carry that momentum into the playoffs. So, yeah, I think it's a legit 4-year window.
So going back to the season before the season started, we talked about Jordan Love and wanting to see that year 3 jump and that year 3 leap. Do you think he accomplished what we were looking for, or what you were looking for? What is it that maybe you want to see in the early goings of year 4 now with him?
You know, the biggest thing for me was completion percentage. You know, he did it. You know, he made that leap. And it really, I think, was in the intermediate game where he made that bigger leap. And so what I'd like to see, I think that next jump is, and this is a little bit more on coaching. You know, I'd like to see, Matt LaFleur talks about, you know, all gas, no brakes. I think sometimes he doesn't necessarily buy into it. And I go back to the Super Bowl run from 2011. And Aaron Rodgers, they interviewed McCarthy, they interviewed some of the key players from that team. And Rodgers talked about, he gave me the keys to the car. He gave me the keys to the offense. And I think more so than Jordan Love, I want to see Matt LaFleur's relationship with Jordan Love grow to the point of where he puts the ball in his hands when it needs to be. And really putting that foot on a team's throat when you have them down. So I think Jordan Love made the moves he needed to. And again, it's coming from a guy who wasn't a Jordan Love fan coming out. And, you know, would I like to see better footwork sometimes from him where he's not throwing off balance and that type of thing? Yes, but he was successful at it. And again, I don't have it in front of me, but I believe he was 65, 66% completion percentage this year.
Mm-hmm.
You look at the touchdown to interception ratio. You look at the big plays that he made. I think he did take that big jump. And you can compare and contrast that to years previous. He was a slow starter out of the gates from a completion percentage standpoint. He came out of the gates this year and was very efficient. And so, I think he made that big jump. I think the big jump needs to come from the LaFleur and Love relationship, expanding this offense, giving him the keys to the car, and really making this offense go when Green Bay needs to step on someone. And they just didn't do that this year.
Before I let you go, a little Bucs chat, obviously, because that's the big one. You are John Horster. You are running the Bucs. You hear Giannis say he wants to retire as a Milwaukee Buck. How do you, from a business standpoint, approach this? Do you feel like you can still win with Giannis with the current flow of everything and their financial constraints and such? How do you, because I think Giannis now has squarely put the ball into the front office and the ownership's court.
Yeah, and listen, I heard you earlier when you were talking with Morgan about this, and I think you're absolutely right. I think Giannis wants to stay here, but I think Giannis ultimately wants to win.
Mm-hmm.
And look, I know a lot of people are really bagging on Horst and the organization. They have done everything Giannis wanted, from coaches to player moves, et cetera, et cetera. So I think you need to, as a businessman and as a general manager, I think you need to look at what's best, going back to draft day, Sonny Weaver Jr., I'm going to do what's best for this football team. Horst needs, if he gets an offer that blows the doors off, I think you have to look at it. I think you have to look at it objectively. And I think, again, people say you got to do right by Giannis. This organization has done very, very, very much right by Giannis.
Mm-hmm.
I think they've again given to what he wanted several times over. So I don't think he gets moved before the deadline.
Yeah,
I think this offseason, depending on what happens, I think he may get moved this offseason. I do. I think objectively I do. And I thought about this last night real quick, Captain. I want to share this. For me, the major losses in professional sports, Wisconsin professional sports, come down to these guys, all right, that I witnessed. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Paul Molitor, Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers. And now you throw Giannis into the mix. I still don't know out of those which one's the toughest for me to swallow. And I think Giannis is going to be super hard. All right, I think it will. I think it'll probably, if I had to rank them today, because where I was in life when Paul Molitor left the Brewers, I was much younger, obviously, and I think you're more affected by things like that when you're younger. I think you have more perspective the older you get. So I would put, and in Kareem, I was a little too young for, even though I remember it.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say right now, Molitor and Favre are the two that really bother me the most. I think I'm to the point with Giannis. Lori Nichols said it. Like 60-some players have played 12 seasons with the same organization. I feel pretty lucky and fortunate. I think at this point, if it's a good deal, you make that move this offseason. Giannis goes and hopefully wins another championship, and the Bucs move on.
I saw this kind of question really quick kind of float out on social media a few days ago in terms of Wisconsin sports, and obviously it would depend on during your lifetime. Is Giannis the most beloved Wisconsin sports athlete during your lifetime? Is it still Favre? Is it somebody else? Like athlete? Because I think Euchre would probably be on the top of the list for a lot of people.
No question. I guess, again, for me, it goes back to what stage of life was I in when I experienced this player.
Mm-hmm.
Giannis, 12 years with the Bucs?
13.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I was in my mid-40s. And you go through life and things happen, and like I said, you're not as impacted by those moves. I think beloved, I think if you went across the state, okay, so I think in Milwaukee, Giannis is. I think that area of the state, Giannis is. I think if you said statewide, I think it'd probably be Favre.
Mm-hmm.
I think if you really asked the state and 100 people throughout the state representative of, every area of the state, I think Favre would win that. Again, you want to go way back, I think Bart Starr. I think Bart Starr, for those that had the opportunity to see him play, not the coach, which I had a chance to see him coach, but the player. I think Bart Starr becomes the most beloved when you take it to that next generation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's just, he was such a gentleman and such a ambassador of the sport and of the Green Bay Packers and of the state. So, yeah, I would say the older generation, and I include myself in that, slightly older than me. If you look at another 10 years, guys that actually saw Bart Starr play, I think Starr wins. I think if you look at today across the state, it's probably Favre.
Yeah, that's where I was kind of at, too. I still think it's Favre.
Yeah.
And even with what's kind of transpired over the last few years here, too, just looking at it from the playing time and such. Yeah.
Yeah, you look at what Favre was Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm.
I know Kiel, Mississippi. He was Wisconsin.
Yep.
He was, I'm going hunting. I'm going to go drink a beer.
Yep.
It's going to live in a simple life in my truck. He was Wisconsin. I think that's why it was so hard with Rodgers and Love, because Favre was this Wisconsin guy.
Yep.
And so, yeah, I think again, getting back to the core of it, I love what Giannis has done. I have no issues with what this organization has done for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I fully agree with you too. So
I mean, he wanted the coaches. He wanted Dame. He wanted Miles Turner.
Yep.
They've done everything for him. And I wouldn't, if I was John Horst and looking back at it over that scotch that we talked about earlier with Gutey, I'd kind of look at it and say, I did everything I could.
Mm-hmm.
If Chris Middleton doesn't get hurt against the Bulls, this is a completely, again, the timeline changes.
Mm-hmm.
And I go back to if Julius Peppers didn't tell Morgan Burnett to go slide down in the Seattle game, timeline changes.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just, it is what it is. I hope Giannis is able to win a championship somewhere. He deserves it.
I agree. All right, dude. Appreciate it. As
always good stuff. And good seeing you in person. I've been traveling the last couple of weeks,
Yep.
and I missed you. We still got to go out for a drink.
I agree, man.
All right,
I agree.
man.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to take a really quick break here. We got quite a few texts to get to here, so we'll do that coming up after these really quick words. All right, do have to play a little bit of catch up, so we will have to take another break here in just a couple minutes. So let's kind of reset, all right, as we approach halftime this morning. What are your Am I Wrongs? Brought to you by our good friends from Mike's Star Market. Give me your Am I Wrongs. Give me your vibes. I'm going to do this every day until after tomorrow. Now that Giannis has spoken, how's your vibe feeling? Do you think he will get traded by tomorrow's deadline? How is it? And for those of you that chimed in yesterday with it, has it changed now that you've heard from Giannis? Did some of the moves yesterday, maybe specifically surrounding the Minnesota Timberwolves, where some people are like, ooh, are they opening up money for one Giannis? Maybe that kind of altered your opinion a little bit. Did that change a little bit? How you feeling with this thing? I still feel like it's not happening by tomorrow. I don't think it's really changed. I will admit, yesterday when I saw the Wolves kind of shedding some salary and such, I'm like, uh-oh. I did kind of feel like something's gonna happen here. I was teetering that way. But now hearing Giannis, I'm kind of back to where I was at this point yesterday. I don't think anything gets done tomorrow or by tomorrow. I think it'll be revisited in the offseason. But I think, again, you're the Bucks. You're John Horst. You're the ownership group. You got to sit down with Giannis in the offseason and say, are you committed to this kind of retool? Let's maybe not a rebuild. We'll take the word from Rodgers, retool. Was it Rodgers that said retool? I think it was. Yeah, we just got to retool. If he's into it, might take a year or two. Then present him with that contract extension and say, then sign here. Let's do this thing. Let's get this thing done. And I do wonder, I mean, you look at all these teams across the league too, and yeah, there's, the Warriors have had some down years with Steph Curry and those guys on there. I mean, they're not really a top team in the Western Conference. That's why they're getting rumored all across the board about Giannis. They did make the move for Jimmy Butler last year, and how has that worked out so far? So I think, and Giannis kind of acknowledged that, say, hey, got to have down years and such. And I hope he believes that and maybe kind of looks at this as, hey, it's just maybe one of those years. It's a down year. Injuries have definitely affected me and this team. You hate to say it because you hate to waste a year because Father Time is the decider in everything. But it sure looks like this is kind of a wash year for the Bucks. If he does not get traded by tomorrow, man, it's going to be a really, really interesting offseason. So, all right, we do have to take one more break before the top of the hour. Then it's halftime, so we'll talk more hoops. Bucks are back at it tonight. Hey, they can actually hit 20 wins and get to 20-29 on the season if they could take down the Pelicans, who only have 13 wins. Can the Bucks? Maybe that was one of their better games last night without Giannis. A little bit more of a balanced attack and a few contributors outside of just one or two. So can they build off that? Can they get consistent games like that? That's probably still a big question mark for a lot of people out there, including myself too. So, all right, quick break. We'll be back to wrap up hour 2 and head into halftime in just a couple minutes. All right, just a couple minutes left to the top of the hour. So we've got. Oh, thought we had a little bit of an update there. Nope, we don't. So just be careful on social media and such. So, all right, coming up next hour, we'll get back to some more Bucks chats. Going through this piece by Jim Ozarski, a fantastic piece. He was able to talk to Giannis before the game yesterday. So does it change your thoughts on the whole situation? Or maybe it doesn't. I do want to throw some baseball talk coming up in the next hour, as well as we are getting closer and closer to training camps on my mind. Spring training, pitchers and catchers reporting. So throw a little baseball talk in here too. Adam McCulvey from Brewers.com did a little bit of a Reddit thing where he took some questions from fans and answered them and such. So including Murph and a new contract extension. So we'll go over some of the more interesting ones with that. So we'll do that coming up in the next hour as well. Continuing your Mike's Star Market. Am I wrongs? Please send those on over. All right. You can hit us up with a quick text at 715-830-1912 or join in on the YouTube video stream. So we'll get back to some more of your thoughts and comments coming up in the next hour as well. So where am I? Oh, I got like 20 seconds left. I didn't time that out perfectly for the shot clock. Really quick, couple of texts surrounding Giannis. Don't have a name for this one. Can't give you any cred. But they said, don't think Giannis gets traded by tomorrow's deadline. Still think he's going to get traded in the offseason. Another texter says, don't think he gets traded at all, and he will sign another extension. That one comes from Eric on our texting line. 2 in, 2 more to go. We got halftime, peeps. News updates, and we'll be right back in just a couple minutes. All right, halftime is over with, you crazy kids. Let's jump right back into it, shall we? We've got plenty more Bucks chat coming at you. We'll keep you posted if anything does happen to pop up in the next couple hours, rumors-wise, reports-wise, and such surrounding Giannis. We'll go revisit our chat from the first hour about the great piece from Jim Ozarski from the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel where he was able to chat with Giannis before the game. Giannis saying he wants to retire as a Milwaukee Buck. So that's what he wants. Will it happen? That remains to be seen. So we'll get to that. We'll revisit that. Gutey, Brian Gutey, Packers general manager, has his season-ending presser coming up later on today. So having a little fun. You can ask one question. What would it be? What would that one question be? All right. About the team from this past year and looking ahead to the 2026 season. What do you got? Send it on over. 715-830-1912. We'll get back to some more of your thoughts, your texts, your comments, all that fun stuff. I do want to kind of switch gears here just a little bit and talk a little baseball. I want to chat a little baseball here because we are getting closer to pitchers and catchers reporting, just a little over a week. Spring training around the horizon. Adam McCulvey from Brewers.com doing a little Reddit thing with some Brewers fans, answering some questions and such. And I thought there was a couple of interesting ones here. One fan asked him, who is your breakout/quantum leap candidate for this year? Who do you see taking the next step in stardom or someone unexpectedly being a major contributor this season? Adam McCulvey said, Pat Murphy has the trademark on quantum leap, so I have to be careful here. I'll piggyback off your question and say it's Jackson Chourio, who's coming off of two statistically similar seasons that were great for a 20, 21-year-old who is still developing his plan for every time he goes to the plate. When that side of the game slows down for him, the mental side, he has all the tools to launch into the stratosphere if his hamstrings hold up. So, yeah, I mean, I can definitely see that too. I mean, he was for sure one of the guys that we all kind of talked about. I think was it earlier this week or late last week about taking that next jump, year 3 jump with Chourio and such. He was also asked, do you think Murph will get a contract extension before the season gets underway? McCulvey said yes. Both sides want to get a deal done, and I predict they'll be successful in sparing him lame duck status. What else was out there? Any realistic additions left for this year's team, or is the front office content to enter camp with what they have? Last year, the Brewers didn't sign Jose Quintana until March, and I'd be shocked if they didn't bring an experienced arm this year as well. So maybe it is Jose Quintana again. Maybe it's somebody else. But Adam McCulvey said he'd be shocked if they don't bring in another arm. Another question. I'm curious if the team's plan right now is to run back the same infield we had last year while monitoring the kids in the farm system coming up and hoping they don't get hurt. The depth chart I do my best to maintain on MLB.com has the same infield from the second half of the 2025 season, returning to 26. The Brewers will hope for more of the July power from Andrew Vaughn. They'll work with Joey Ortiz to get some offense because, after all, he was a good hitter as a prospect. They'll bank on Caleb Durbin, proving last season was no fluke. You know, Andrew Vaughn is a guy that we haven't talked a lot about in the offseason. He's a guy that I think for some fans, they're just like, oh, yeah, we got first base figured out. Andrew Vaughn, look what he did last year. And what Andrew Vaughn did last year for the Brewers was spectacular. But I think the question is that going to be the version of Andrew Vaughn that we're going to consistently get now from Milwaukee? I mean, during his time in Milwaukee, 64 games in the regular season, the guy hit 308. He slugged 493, and his OPS was 869. He walked 24 times, 46 RBIs, 9 diggers, and 14 doubles. Are those the numbers we're going to get? Now, to say, okay, a 300 hitter, let's lower it down. I would be happy with Andrew Vaughn as like a 280 hitter that gives you maybe like 30 home runs. I would be ecstatic if that's what we're going to get from Andrew Vaughn. I just don't know what we're going to get. What are we going to get? The White Sox version where, yeah, in 2022, in 134 games, he did hit 271 and he had a 750 OPS and he had 17 home runs. The following year in 2023, he did hit 21 home runs, 258 average. So are we going to get that version? Are we going to get the version where he began the 2025 season with the White Sox where he was just 189? I'd be okay with something in the middle or maybe just a little bit higher. Actually, a little bit higher. Not in the middle, a little bit higher. I want a little bit more. But I'd be 275 with 30 dingers, something like that. I'd be over the moon. Is it a risk for the Brewers to kind of like just assume this is going to be the Andrew Vaughn that we saw in the second half or at the end of the season with the Brewers? Maybe a little bit so, but from what we saw at the end of the season, why wouldn't the Brewers at least give him that chance to run it back and repeat what he did? I think you got to give him a shot to do it. And if it does work out, he does work out, and he does put up some great numbers. Man, that makes that move even more sweeter and better from Matt Arnold. But you don't really hear a whole lot of talk about Andrew Vaughn. What's his projection? What does Baseball Reference have for a projection here? Let me see if I can find. Okay, so his projection is 16 home runs, 253 batting average, an OPS of a 727, 62 RBIs. That would be a 440 or 485 plate appearances. Do they have games on there? They don't have games on there. Okay. Boy, 16 home runs, 253. I'll be honest. I'd like to see an uptick in that. I'd like to see those up a little bit higher, but I get it. Projections usually tend to be on the lower side, like our good buddy Brandon mentioned on Friday. Those projections tend to be a little bit on the lower side, so I hope that's the case. Man, I hope that's the case. So, and you look at what Vaughn did in the postseason too. So 9 games, he had 2 home runs, but just 154 OPS for 651. I hope it's better than that too. I'm want to keep an eye on it. Or keep an eye on everybody, but I'm kind of curious to see how Andrew Vaughn plays this year for the Brewers. Because if they can get that power lockdown for him, it answers a lot of questions. But it's such a big unknown. There's so many unknowns with this team. Like, I don't know how to. Even Joey Ortiz, is he going to find his swing? Is he going to be a consistent offensive threat? What about Caleb Durbin? Like Adam McCulvey just mentioned, to prove that last year wasn't a fluke. Okay, but can we get a little bit more too? Is Bryce Serang going to continue his power surgence? What about the outfield? Jackson Chourio, we just got done talking about. Sal Frelick even showed a little bit more power. That's what you get with these younger teams and these teams that don't have a lot of, veterans on, for lack of a better word. But what's Sal Frelick's projections? 9 home runs, come on. 53 RBIs, 17 stolen bases, 273 average, 724 OPS. He had 12 dingers last year. So how many stolen? 17 feels like it's not he had 19 and 18. Okay. I think Sal's going to get 20 stolen bases this year. I'm going to go with Salvatore at least getting 20 stolen bases. Man, he made a big jump in the RBI department, though. 32 to 63. I mean, made a big jump overall in a lot of numbers here, too. But are we going to see those continued rises of Frelick, Terang, Cheerio, Ortiz? If they can make leaps in their year 3, 4s, then the team's in good shape. They're betting on it. It's a risk, but I think they'd be in good shape. All right, we got to take a quick break. We'll get back to more Hoops Talk. Giannis. Continue to send me your vibes. We'll hit that up coming up after these quick words. So if you missed the first hour where we hit up this piece about, I should say, it's a great piece by Jim Ozarski from the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel, able to catch up with Giannis before last night's game. Great quotes, great stuff here. Yet you don't see it all across the national headlines. I would think, just me, but I would think that if Giannis speaks and says something pretty darn important, that, hey, maybe have that as a top headline, but no. No. Doesn't maybe fit the narrative for some people out there. But if you missed it, or you don't have a journal subscription, I'll give you a couple quotes from this thing. The big one, the big quote coming out of this piece from Jim again is Giannis saying that if you ask me, this is his quote, if you ask me, what do I really want? Deep down in my heart, I want to be a Milwaukee Buck until I retire and win a championship here. End of story. He also says, quote, if that is not possible to happen, and if then you realize maybe that's not the case and maybe they're looking elsewhere and that's not what they're trying to do, then automatically you have to be in the plans of what they're trying to do or weigh other options. It's normal. Giannis, there's other parts of this piece too where he talks about, he's been in Milwaukee for 13 years. His kids have been born there. His father's buried in Milwaukee. Obviously, the love that he has for the city, people don't bother him when he's walking down the streets, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Ultimately, I'll sum it up this way. Now, this is just my opinion. I feel like Giannis, again, wants to stay in Milwaukee. There's that loyalty factor with it. I honestly, truly believe that he would love to be one of those players that plays his entire career with one team. I truly believe he wants to be like a Kobe, like a Tim Duncan, and perhaps even like a Steph Curry, where they just play their entire career with one franchise. I truly believe that he would love that. And honestly, I feel like a lot of players would love to do that. Maybe not every player. Maybe that doesn't mean a lot to some players. But deep down, I feel like a lot of players would also love to have that ability. But I feel like Giannis, that would be a big-time goal for him. But I also feel like, he wants to be in Milwaukee. He's saying all the right things, but he also wants to win a championship, right? We know this. He wants to win that championship. So the question is, and the question that the Bucks have to figure out themselves or have to ask is that possible? Can this team do that? How it's currently structured, how it's currently put together. Can this team do that? Can they, with the current way of things are operating, can they keep Giannis with all their financial constraints and such and lack of moves or lack of picks or whatever? Can they remain competitive? So Giannis wants to win. He wants both. Ultimately, I feel like he wants both. He wants to stay in Milwaukee, and he wants to win that championship. Now, not all the time can you have both, right? I mean, it's like if you're a parent and you tell your kid, hey, you can't have both. Got to choose one. And I think Giannis wants both. And who wouldn't want both, right? I mean, that's human nature. You want to have both. But then he might be presented with this question, whether it's before tomorrow's deadline or whether it's in the offseason, and be like, okay, Giannis, and this is what I would do. If I was John Horst and I was a part of this Bucks group, this Bucks franchise, I'd sit Giannis down and be like, Giannis, we want you here too. We want you to play your entire career as a Milwaukee Buck. But we have to come to a game plan that we all agree with. It's probably going to take a year or two to retool. Are you good with that? Can you buy into that? If he can't, then that's probably the end of the conversation, and we know what's going to happen, and it's probably going to be Giannis moving on. If he does say, I get that, I understand that, I'm on board with that, I totally get it, then my next step as John Horst or the Bucks manager would be like, awesome. If you're committed to that, we're committed to you. Let's put this on paper and give him that extension offer. And then put the ball essentially back in his court. Because right now, Giannis has put that ball into the Bucks front office and ownership group, saying that he wants to retire as a Milwaukee Buck. He has put that firmly right into their court. If I'm the Bucks at the end of this season, like, awesome, great. Here's what we have to do, though, to retool. And if you're in, here's this extension. Then you're putting it back in his court. And if he signs it, great. Let's all hold hands and let's do this thing and never talk about moving to a bigger market again. We know that'll never happen, though. We know that will never, ever, ever happen. Even if he signed a 25-year deal. If he signed, what was it, Magic Johnson's contract? Was that a 10, 20-year, whatever the heck it was? Even if Giannis did that, it'd still be brought up all the time. I truly believe Giannis, and I know it's a dangerous, dangerous, dangerous game to play when it comes to believing pro athletes, because we've been burned by this how many times, right? We have been down this road before, and we have been burned before so many times. But I believe Giannis when he says that he wants to retire as a Milwaukee Buck. He wants to stay with the Milwaukee Bucks. I believe him. I also believe that winning is super important for him. And I think that is probably number one for him, though, too. I honestly feel like and maybe this would be a great question I would love to ask Giannis himself. Be like, Giannis, if you had to choose between staying in Milwaukee for the rest of your career with an unknown of whether you're going to win another championship or not, we don't know. Could, but you might not. Or going where it would maybe improve, it's guaranteed to improve your chances of winning. Or maybe, like that, what would he do? What's more important to him? What's more important? Is it staying in Milwaukee, or is it just winning another championship? He wants both. I truly believe that. I truly believe he wants both. But he might have to ultimately answer the question of what's more important for him. It's a tough decision on both sides. It's a risk on both sides. Grass isn't always greener on the other side. We know that. But okay, you stay. What if you don't win another championship and you miss out on opportunities to go win another championship or to win multiple championships? But if we get through tomorrow and there is no move, no trade, nothing like that, offseason is going to be nuts. And I really think there's going to have to be some serious sit-down conversations between the two sides and getting on the same page. All right, we'll take another break. What's your vibe, though? Do you feel like anything's changed in terms of whether Giannis is going to be moved or not? Let me know. We'll be back after these quick words. Packers fans, you're not going to like this little nugget that I just saw. Oof. Put it this way, it's pretty painful. Zach Cruz tweeting regular season wins since the 2011 season. Okay, so 2011 season, the year that Packers were defending their title. New England, 158 wins, 5 Super Bowl appearances. Kansas City, 158 wins, 6 Super Bowl appearances. Green Bay, 155 wins, 0 Super Bowl appearances. Seattle, 154 wins, 3 Super Bowl appearances. Catch my theme? Oh, you put it that way, man. Oh, that is painful. That is, no offense, because rest in peace, Marty, but that is the Marty Schottenheimer of stats. You know, Marty Schottenheimer, great NFL coach, won a lot of regular season games, but what's the label around him? It's Super Bowl, not winning a Super Bowl in that. This is like not getting to the Super Bowl. Oh, that's just like, you know, when you taste something, you eat something that's just absolutely disgusting, and you're just like, oh, God, that is awful. Awful, man. To answer, we had a question earlier on from text. Did I watch any of the flag football game? No, I did not. I did not watch the Pro Bowl flag football game, whatever they're calling it these days. I did not. No interest in it, none whatsoever. I knew it was going on, but no, thank you. So, if anybody did, you can let me know how you thought it went. So, yeah. Again, I was refreshing the mothership. Still nothing on Giannis saying he wants to stay in or wants to retire in Milwaukee. They just, like, ESPN won't, for whatever reason, put that up. Okay, so now I'm on their updated feed for the NBA trade deadline. Brian Windhorst, apparently this morning on Get Up, said, I'm taking the Knicks off the list until I have further information. I'm seeing action from teams like the Miami Heat and the Minnesota Timberwolves. They're out there trying to find ways to improve their offer. The best standing offer that I'm aware of belongs to the Golden State Warriors, but I'm not seeing a lot of momentum towards Milwaukee making a Giannis move. It is only Wednesday. We have enough day and a half, but I think Milwaukee is seriously considering staying put. Is nobody going to, from this network, acknowledge what Jim Ozarski's article says? They're just completely going to turn a blind eye to it. I feel like that's kind of an important nugget. It's some important information. Are they not aware of it? What's going on? I feel like I still don't think Giannis gets traded tomorrow. I don't. But in other non-Giannis news, we've got Packers general manager Brian Gutekunst doing his end of the season presser in just a few hours from now, about 12:30. So I had asked for your questions. I had asked for you if you could have one question that you would ask Brian Gutekunst, what would it be? Here are a few of you. Ben says, I would ask, what is his plan going to be surrounding the offensive line? Tim says, I would ask Gutey what free agents, maybe position-wise, he would like to target in the offseason. Another texter, Richard, says that he would ask Gutey what he's going to do different with the cornerback position. Another texter says, I would ask Gutey if he's going to work with Jonathan Gannon on trying to find the right pieces to fit the defense. We got Todd with a question too, saying, I would ask Gutey if he is going to focus on improving the special teams personnel, since it seems like they will not make a move regarding the special teams coordinator. Another texter on here says, are they going to make a move for another pass rusher? don't have a name, can't give credit for that one. Sam, not Surveyor Sam, a different Sam, texted in and also saying, I would ask Gutey what his plan is going to be for the corners and offensive line. And then one more that just came in a couple minutes ago. I would ask Gutey if he is going to look for a backup tight end for Tucker Kraft, because I don't think Luke Musgrave is going to be around for a second contract. All right, some good ones. I mean, they're good questions. I think you guys and gals should all get media credentials and head on over to Green Bay if you can make it in time and ask those questions. So good. I mean, I can't argue against any of those questions. I think the tight end one's kind of an interesting one. Because, all right, when we kind of rewind it, right? When Tucker Kraft went down, there was some optimism, like, okay, now we're going to see, Lucas Musgrave's going to be, even before the season, Lucas Musgrave was kind of that wild card player for a lot of people. Like, oh, he's going to make a jump this year. Was that Lucas Musgrave? When you look at the numbers, was that Lucas Musgrave not stepping up or rising to the challenge, or was it personnel, or was it not personnel? Was it scheme? Were they properly utilizing him? I do think there were times that they weren't properly utilizing him, and you can't play Lucas Musgrave the same way that you play Tucker Kraft. You just can't. Lucas Musgrave, you cannot line up in line and ask to block like you could do with Tucker Kraft. Lucas Musgrave is a down the field, up the seam type of tight end. Got to work on staying on his feet, though. That's the other thing. Just got to work on staying on your feet. But you look at the depth of that. Maybe they look at, I don't know how high on the priority list that would be, but what are some of the? I don't need to look at it. I was going to look at free agents and such. Let's get through the Super Bowl and get to the offseason before all that too. But good questions. Keep those coming. All right, I like them. I like them a lot. Got some good ones. So. 12:30 it'll be for Gutey. And the thing is too, don't expect a whole lot. Last year it was the line, I expect, or it's time that we start competing for championships. If I was in the media room today, maybe I bring that quote back up to him and say, a year ago you said it's time that we start to compete for championships. Do you feel like right now you're in a better spot to compete for those championships than maybe you were last year when he said that quote, when he said that phrase? Do you feel like the Packers right now, and I guess I'll throw it out to you guys and gals. If we go back to last year's end of the season presser from Gutey where he said, it's time we start competing for championships. Do you feel like this team right now is in a better spot to do that than what they were last year? What's different? Yes, you got Micah Parsons now. You're also going to be losing a couple guys. Maybe your offensive line isn't as great as you thought. You got questions surrounding the corner position because let's rewind it. Last year at that time when he said it, Jair was on the team yet. There were still questions whether he was going to be or not. Kenny Clark was on the team. Didn't have Micah. You do have Micah now, coming back from an ACL. So, what do you think? Do you think they're better? That's a tough one. I know it's tough. It's tough for me. I mean, I think... Well, and then you got a new defensive coordinator too, right? I mean, you got to throw that in there. So, numbers-wise, probably not. But, again, how much do you factor in those injuries? Or do you feel, or maybe the better way to ask him that would be, do you feel like the outlook or the projection right now, you feel better about that projection than what you did last year at this time? Maybe that's the best way to ask it. All right, we got to take our final break, and then we're wrapping up the third quarter. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes. kind of maybe getting lost in the Giannis shuffle, Giannis talk and such. The Bucks actually picked up a win last night and actually played a decent game against an opponent that's fighting for a playoff spot here too. So the Bulls, entered that game 24-26. Bucks are entering that game as 18-29. And, man, Bucks came out, jumped out to a 15-point lead after the first. Got that up by 25 at the half. Looking good. Then the Bulls chipped away in the third, but then Bucks got back out in front and kind of held on to that lead. And you look at it, it was kind of a nice overall balanced attack from the Bucks. Kuzma led the way with 31. Double-double for him, 31 points, 10 rebounds, 6 assists. You had Miles Turner contributing 15 points. Ryan Rollins doing his thing with 21 points, 5 of 8 from 3. A.J. Green had 17, 5 of 9 from 3. Pete Nance had 15. And then Gary Trent Jr. contributing 15 points as well. So maybe one of the better games overall when you look at it from the Bucks so far this year. Pete Nance. I want to talk about this guy here for a little bit because he is a guy that has not gotten a ton of playing time. He's been doing some G League and Herd and such. Well, he has gotten an increase in minutes here as of late. And 2 out of his 3 games now, he's put up double-figure points. In the loss against Washington, he played 20 minutes, had 13 points. In the loss against Boston, played 18 minutes, just 7 points. But last night, 6 of 8 from the field, including 3 of 5 from 3, putting up 15 points and 8 rebounds. I don't know, if this is going to, is he going to play more minutes? And is he going to be a guy that, can be another contributor to this thing? Who knows? I think it's way too early to kind of forecast that at this point in time. And earlier in the season too, he did put up 10 points in 4 minutes against the Hornets back in November and such. So, but I don't, maybe somebody to kind of, I guess, keep an eye on if he's going to get more opportunities and such. Could just be one of those flyers. We've seen players like this do this all the time and such, but kind of an interesting, breakdown in minutes from last night's win too for the Bucks. And that's the thing too. It's like, I feel like how many times have we mentioned it when it comes to the rotation for Doc Rivers? There's nothing that's ever consistent. And in last night's game, you had Kuzma playing 31, Ryan Rollins 35, A.J. Green 30. Amir Coffey was in the lineup, starting the lineup, 22 minutes, just 2 points. Miles Turner, 23 minutes. But off the bench, Pete Nance got extended playing time with 27 minutes. Jericho Sims, 21 minutes. Gary Trent Jr., 13. And heck, Andre Jackson Jr. actually got some playing time last night, too. It's been a hot minute since you heard probably Andre Jackson Jr.'s name. It's been a big hot minute. Is that the only time? Nope, I shouldn't. Okay. I was like, is that the only time he has played double-digit minutes? No, but it is the last time since one time on the 15th back in January. So it's been rare, and a lot of times it's been in some mop-up duty and such too. So I still think Doc is kind of lost in terms of what rotation to put out there, trying to find something that can work, that would work, but and I get it. Not having Kevin Porter Jr. and not having Giannis definitely puts a strain on it, and kind of trying to figure out what you're going to do, or what, how you're going to get this thing to work out, and trying to find that magic lineup, right? You're trying to find that magic lineup where everything works, where you've got your set starters and you got these are going to be your guys, your first go-to guys coming off the bench. I just don't think they have that yet, because they haven't had any consistency in terms of health and such. Especially that includes Giannis. That includes Kevin Porter Jr. Bucks will be back at it tonight, though. A back-to-back at home, taking on the Pelicans. Pelicans are coming in 13 and 9. 13. I was gonna say 13 and 9. 13 and 39 on the season. So hey, maybe the Bucks can get to creep up a little bit more and get their 20th win on the season, huh? Bucks right now, if you're looking at it, if they're trying to get into that play-in round, 3.5 back. Chicago's holding on to that last spot. That's who they just beat. So maybe, but you got the Hornets that are just playing some really good ball right now. Won 7 in a row. They're one game back from that final spot. So, yeah. Looking ahead to the Bucks schedule here after the Pelicans. I mean, okay, you got the Pelicans. You've got the Pacers. That should be another winnable game. Then they're going to go on the road for a hot minute here down south. 2 games against Orlando, in Orlando. Then you got Oklahoma City. Then you've got the Pelicans. Then they're going to be at home for a good stretch. Toronto, Miami, Cleveland, New York. And then a quick trip to Chicago. Then you're back home. Look at this portion of the schedule. After this game against the Pelicans and the Pacers, then the Bucks go on the road for 4 games. Orlando, Oklahoma City, New Orleans. You return home on February 22nd. Toronto, Miami, Cleveland, New York. Go a little south to Chicago. Then you return home for Boston, Atlanta, Utah, Orlando, Phoenix. From February 22nd to March 10th, they're going to be at home for all those games except one. And it's a game in Chicago. If there is a chance, and I get it, you during that schedule too, I mean, it's not a cakewalk. You've got some tough teams in there. You got a New York team, you got a Cleveland team that's fighting and just got James Harden. You know, Miami's in there, Boston's in there too. So I mean, it's not a cakewalk, and we've seen the Bucks so far this year. There is no team that is a cakewalk for the Bucks. But I mean, if we're looking at it from an optimistic standpoint, and let's say Giannis does not get traded, I'm looking at that portion of the schedule and saying, okay, there's your chance to make a move. Right there. That's your opportunity. All those games at home where you're not traveling, that is your opportunity to do something. It's not like Milwaukee has a great home record either. I mean, they're 10-12, but they're 9-17 on the road. So they are better at home. But you're looking at these home games right now. First of all, take advantage of it. Going up against New Orleans and Indiana. Okay, take advantage of that because right now Indiana is dead last in the Eastern Conference. Although Washington's right above them, and we know Washington owns the Bucks. Can't overlook any of those. Take advantage of that. Pelicans are second worst in the West. Win these 2. Okay, this is the optimistic approach. Win these next 2. Ride a little 3-game winning streak, as Lou Brown told us in the movie Cinematic Classic Major League. That's called a winning streak. Get to 21 wins, okay? Giannis, I would imagine, is probably going to be close to returning. He got a little bit of a workout on the court last night. And you look at that long home stretch. Take advantage of that. That's your opportunity. That's where I think your season is going to come down to, is that stretch of games. If you really want to try to say, okay, well, how far are they out of the 6th seed in the Eastern Conference? Yeah, you want to avoid maybe the play-in. How far are they from that? Well, I mean, it's not insurmountable. It's 9 games. But, yeah. Is there a team right now in the East that is just, and that's the other thing, maybe they approach it like, hey, let's just get into the play-in? Because is there a dominant team in the East like there is in the West with the Thunder? I mean, Detroit's 37-12, but I guess the question is, does any team in the East scare anybody at this point? I don't know. 3 in, final quarter coming up after these quick news updates. All right, final quarter kicking off right now on this Wednesday morning. We are making the turn on this work week of ours. We're going to get to some more hoops chats. We'll talk some more Giannis and such. We'll keep you posted if anything does happen in the final hour. Newsworthy reports, rumblings, all that good stuff. The presser from Brian Gutey, Packers general manager, beginning in a few hours from now. So if you have any, like if you had a question that you could ask for Gutey, that's kind of what, your homework assignment to turn in, right? But if you had a question for Gutey, you were going to be at that presser. What would that question be? I had my 5. Okay, I narrowed it down to 5. I had about 7 if we add, a couple of honorable mentions and such. But my top 5, it was part of our Whiteboard Wednesday, if you're watching, right there. Boom, 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 boom. How do you fix the offensive line? Question number 1. Question number 2, do you regret the decisions you made in terms of your cornerback group? What's your plan for Rashawn Gary and Elton Jenkins? How much of a priority is it for the defensive line? And Quay or no Quay, because he has been incredibly vocal about, going back to the combine, I believe it was last year, re-signing Quay Walker, extension, all that sort of stuff. So if that's the case, is that still a thing a year later? Is that still a thing that they want to try to lock up Quay Walker? And I think another one that I would throw in there too would be, well, I threw out a couple of them, but I think another one too was something we were just talking about in the last hour. Last year at this press conference, Gutey, you said it is time for us to compete for championships. If that's the case, a year later now, do you feel like you're closer? Do you feel better about that? Yay or nay? Be honest with us too. Those would just be some of the questions that I'd throw to Gutey. I'm not expecting a whole lot. I'm curious to hear what he has to say. I mean, he is the general manager of the Green Bay Packers. I am curious to hear, his thoughts on some of this stuff. Are we going to learn a lot? Probably not. We're probably not going to hear, earth-shattering stuff or know the inside secrets. But I am curious to hear his kind of approach to maybe what this offseason is going to look like. And I'm assuming he is going to be asked about his free agent signings from last year of Aaron Banks and Nate Hobbs and his assessment of them. He could take the hybrid and go with the positive outlook of this, or maybe he's truthful about it. I don't know. I'm not expecting a lot. It's typical general manager speak. Maybe we'll get another line like he did last year of, I think it's time for us to compete for championships, but I'm not going to be holding out hope for that. So got that going on. We got another Bucks game tonight, 7 p.m. tip time. Coverage will begin at about 6:30 on the radio dials, 105.1 FM and 790 AM. What be the last time that Giannis is on the bench for the Bucks? I was kind of following along a little bit on social media too during the game. I mean, it's Giannis watch, man, because you had people like tweeting, Giannis has left the bench. Like during the game, Giannis left the bench. What does that mean? Does that mean he just got traded? It's going to be the same thing tonight. It's going to be the same exact thing tonight. Everybody's going to be tweeting it. I don't know if, it's going to be a packed house with, people maybe with the idea of like, I just want to see Giannis one more time on the Bucks bench, and this might be it. people who are going to be there, they're going to be live tweeting everything he does. Oh, he decided to go with the pretzel instead of popcorn for his bench snack this time. What does that mean? Oh, okay. He's going with the soda beverage instead of water. That obviously means he's not coming back anytime, because why would you put soda in your body and that's just going to cramp you out and dehydrate? This is the stuff that's out on social media. Okay? This is the type of stuff. Don't read too much into it. It's hard. Okay, because I'll admit it, I saw the little bit of like, oh, he left the bench. Like I knew he does that a lot, but then it is hard to just kind of shut that out too. So just be careful. Be careful. I still don't feel like he's getting traded. Don't think it's happening. Don't think it's happening. But you can continue to send us your vibes if you'd like to. Does your vibe feel different than what it was yesterday? Does it feel any different whatsoever? Do you feel maybe more confident, less confident, about the same? Because maybe yesterday you were like, didn't think he was going to get traded, and now I feel the same way. Or maybe you feel even more confident at that point. I kind of feel the same way than I did yesterday. I don't feel any more confident one way or the other. So we'll get to that. It's also, don't forget, final call for this final hour, your Mike's Star Markets. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Am I wrong about this? Am I wrong about that? Send those on over. A lot of you already this morning, using that to kind of talk a little Giannis and such, which makes complete sense. Complete sense. So, all right. Tell you what, we're going to talk some baseball coming up here in just a little bit too, as we are inching closer and closer to spring training, pitchers and catchers reporting. So I do want to talk some baseball to kind of switch it up from Giannis and Packers and such. So we'll get to that as well. Also, getting closer to, I don't know if it's just me, but does it feel like the Super Bowl is just a few days away? I don't know if it's me kind of just tuning it all out or not really following it and such. Like, I'll be honest, I don't like go home. I do a sports show for 4 hours. I don't go home and then turn on like a bunch of sports and just, that's my life 24/7. I that's not me. It's my passion, no question about it, but I got other stuff too that I got to do and such. So maybe it's just I'm not tuned into it. Maybe I'm not geeked up. Maybe I will on Friday and heading into the weekend, but I don't know. I'm hoping for a good game. I'm hoping for a competitive game. I feel like we say that every year that our team's not in it, which is probably the case, but I don't know. I'm not in that Super Bowl mode yet. Not really. It hasn't really kicked into gear. I don't know if I'm the only one like that or not, but all right, we'll take a quick break. We're going to talk some baseball coming up here after these quick messages. About 15 minutes past the top of the hour. We're going to get back to some more Bucks chats, more football chats, and all that fun stuff. We do have spring training coming up here in just a little bit. Pitchers and catchers reporting a little over a week, again, depending on your team and such. Your fanism might be a little bit earlier, might be a little bit later and such. So, but the Brewers yesterday packing the trucks up to head on over to Arizona. So getting closer, definitely getting closer. But the big thing too, probably with the Brewers, has been, well, their streaming stuff, which has been a topic of conversation for, gosh, how many years now? A few years and such. So it is going to be distributed by MLB, which means just kind of a couple things here. You're going to need the MLB app, right, to stream it over there, unless you're in market. We are not considered in market. That would be like correct. Milwaukee. So if you're in Milwaukee and cable and satellite, then you're good to go and such. So
we're not.
We're not. So you need the MLB app for that. So whether you like it or not, it is what it is. Or you can stream it for free, or listen to it for free right here on 105.1 FM and 790 AM.
There is still free opportunities to follow Milwaukee Brewers baseball. Also, here's a reminder with regards to the Brewers. Also, I suppose the Twins, but for different stations, but for the Brewers, for us, used to be able to listen to, well, you've been able to listen to Brewers games for free. Really, I don't know exactly when the affiliate expanded, but probably since 1970, you've been able to do that. TV games weren't always available.
Mm-hmm.
I distinctly remember, just using my example, 1985, 86, when I was a kid living down in the Milwaukee suburbs. I lived in Grafton, so about 25 miles away from Milwaukee. You couldn't watch a home Brewers game back then. I remember seeing video footage of a Brewers home game was like, what? You can see that? They'd only show road games because of, blackout rules. Like this, we've become accustomed to being able to watch everything at all times. This gets into the bigger argument of, oh my gosh, we can't watch this game. Well, wait, right. This is a relatively new phenomenon.
Right.
If you want to get something for free, you still can. You just have to listen to it. We have the opportunity, thankfully, in-house for the Brewers, so use that if you need to.
Right, exactly. So I know Rick Schlesinger for the Brewers kind of did a little presser. Sounds like they're excited about it because from just technical standpoints, there's going to be more cameras he talked about and such. So
yeah, Major League Baseball we've heard about this before. I'm kind of tying two things together here, but MLB's streaming platform is one of the more advanced, progressive ones that's out there. So yeah, I think if you're able to access it, it's going to look really good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
I think that, maybe the other question is too, and I know he was asked about it, how does this, because it is a thing in baseball and maybe more so for the smaller markets, how does it affect payroll for the players and such? And didn't really have an answer yet. It's kind of an unknown and such, but you hate to think it. That is a thing, though, when it comes to teams like the Brewers.
Well, take a look across the pond, or not the pond, but a look across the border, look across the Mississippi and St. Croix rivers. There's your example right there. Mm-hmm. I mean, that's not good for the Brewers. It's not good for the other teams as well. In all likelihood, this is going to hurt them financially. I mean, what we've seen play out, I know to each team their own, and how many times have we talked about the poll ads and their focus on the bottom line and everything? So that's them. That's not Mark Atanasio. They probably have a different approach. But ultimately, a big part of the reason why the Twins have been cutting payroll, and now in the wake of getting rid of their quote-unquote GM, I know that's the director of baseball operations, but that probably has something to do, in all likelihood, with more cutting payroll, is the lack of cable TV revenue. You don't have that consistent amount of rights fees coming in. That's been the case with the Twins now for a little bit. It's now going to be the case with the Brewers. Of course, you're also going to have media rights deals changing, and I think that's going to change for every team in the next 3 years. Short term, it's going to be a factor. The Brewers are probably going to use it as an excuse, but I think it's going to be an understandable excuse, at least in the next year or two. Well, and then comes the labor issues, and so we'll see. But I think it's a net negative for the Brewers.
Right.
And all these other teams. It's not just the Brewers and Twins. There are a bunch of teams that are going to be in worse shape because of this RSN collapse.
Mm-hmm.
But not the Yankees and Mets and Dodgers. They're in good shape.
Right.
They got more money coming in, and they don't want to change this either.
No. So I don't know if us fans will actually see the impact of it from a payroll standpoint, sort of thing.
See, and that's the one thing where I wonder. I did say it's a net negative, but because the next labor agreement's coming up pretty fast, and I know we're still a few years away from getting the next media deals, but I kind of wonder how much of that all gets taken care of all at once. Like you want to try to streamline as much as you can. Mm-hmm. And that's where the Brewers will be hurt, but I don't know how much they'll be hurt, whereas a team like the Twins had more years without an RSN and having those guaranteed rights, so that naturally had more time, or they had to cut payroll. So, yeah, I don't know how much. But if the Brewers are in position to contend this year, if they surprise people once again, because I think most projections are probably going to have them maybe a little bit behind the Cubs and such.
Even the Reds now, it seems like at this point. So
looking a lot better, especially after the Suarez signing. If we get to the trade deadline and we're like, should they go for a bid? Keep this in the back of your minds, or your mind. How you, the individual listener, keep this in the back of your mind that the Brewers probably going to have less money to go get someone that they can keep around long term. Mm-hmm. It's going to be a factor probably this year, but it's also not going to be a factor 5-10 years from now unless Major League Baseball screws this up. Which, of course, don't discount their ability to screw this up and find ourselves 5 years from now with the rich getting even richer and the poor getting even poorer. I don't think that's going to happen. But it could.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, I hate to think that way, but
Rob Manfred has been so determined to get a national media plan, structure, everything holistic, essentially NFL style, that probably more so than I've heard from the NBA or from the NHL, given that it keeps coming up and keeps coming up and keeps coming up. And that's not like I know there are, like I said, the owners of the Yankees and the Dodgers, Mets, they have their, like the SNYs, MSG Network, et cetera. They're not going to want to do that, but I think there are going to be enough teams that do want to have a national package for local rights, probably gets past whatever's the threshold number, and you don't have a fundamental ideological difference of a salary cap between ownership and the union that you don't know if that's ever going to be bridged, that gap can ever be bridged, that it's not that intractable or almost intractable, that I think Manfred gets this done. I mean, if I had to guess, like which is more likely, a national media rights evening out or a salary cap? I mean, I'll take the former 100 times out of 100 over the latter. The latter might happen. But more likely, way, way, way more likely we're going to get that. And that will help the Brewers, Twins, all the other small markets. I think that will ultimately happen within 3-ish years or so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I hope so.
Yeah. Switch gears here to a little hoops. Your Timberwolves team has been hotly mentioned as a potential suitor for one Giannis, and they made a move yesterday to clear some space that had a lot of people speculating, could that be the case? Now, Giannis has spoken. He has, I don't know if you had a chance to read Jim's piece. I actually paid for it to read it all. So I was like, okay, I got to read all this.
So I saw some of the basic quotes from it, but yeah.
Saying he wants to retire as a Milwaukee Buck. I mean, okay, you're the Bucks ownership, general manager. You see that. Does this change maybe what you were thinking beforehand?
I mean, I'd like to think that Giannis has been saying this stuff internally too. We rarely get to see the external thing, and this was that. I mean, Jim Osharski, did I get the Ozarski? He has been, and I don't know how much anyone follows him on social media. At this point, I think he may be more blue sky than
he is more blue sky,
right?
Yeah.
But he has been pounding the notion that Giannis leaving is, if anything, unlikely. I mean, I'm probably overstating it, but I'm trying to do like a headline here. He's been saying, look, if you look at what's actually happening with the Milwaukee Bucks, and he is a person that is day to day down there. This is different from what the national folks, what Shams, what Stephen A. and Perk and everyone else who's like, ooh, Giannis out. Well, take it from someone who's actually around the Bucks, and to a degree, Giannis. It's not that. The pattern's not there. And that's been a good check for me, probably for anyone who does follow him, go, don't be so sure that Giannis Antetokounmpo is going to leave. The interview, the sit-down, dovetails with that more. Also does not mean that Giannis is a guaranteed lock to stay, but I've been more skeptical that there's going to be a Giannis trade, maybe because of what Ozarski's saying, and he's also pretty cynical about like anytime there's talk about another player moving somewhere, he's like, oh wow, so with that team, that player can stay. But when it comes to the Bucks, I mean, he's very cynical on national NBA perspective.
Yes,
that Giannis has to go, but any other player, find a way to make it work. I don't think anyone's really said the elephant in the room here, which is, I think national NBA folks just don't like going to Milwaukee, and I think that's bleeding into a lot of it. It's honestly selfish perspective of, well, they'd rather go to Miami. They'd rather go to Los Angeles. Why do we have to go to Milwaukee? Jeez. Gosh, Giannis, come on, just get him out of there so we can go to someplace we like. I think that's honestly what a lot of it is.
Right.
I think a lot of it also is the Bucks have not done the best job of creating a good team around it. But as he's pointed out as well, what was it? Someone, and I don't think Ozarski said specifically who it was, but the notion of the Bucks have to do right by Giannis. What the bleep? They have been doing a lot of it right by Giannis. A lot of it hasn't worked out. But they have been doing that. Oh, now they need to do the proper thing for Giannis' sake. Come on.
Right.
Y'all aren't paying attention here. That's been another thing he's been talking about. So all of this being said, the Wolves are very clearly trying to do something big. They have to do something big. Now, there's two big things that could happen. One is the take Giannis Antetokounmpo out of this entirely. Let's say he was perfectly satisfied, everything was fine, the Bucks were the number one seed, et cetera, so he wasn't going to be moved. Well, okay, so national NBA media would still be trying to get him out of there, but let's say that's not a factor. They need to upgrade their point guard position, pretty clearly. Mike Conley's finally aged out. We were waiting for that to happen. It's happened. Rob Dillingham, looking like he's going to be a bust. Maybe not. But he was probably the point guard of the future, and that's not working out. So the Timberwolves need to upgrade point guard if they want to get up to OKC level. Right now they're in that morass. They're kind of on the bottom of the morass of that 2 through 7 grouping, and right now they're 7th. If they want to try to leap above everyone else and get into second, definitively second behind the Thunder, they can handle the Thunder. We saw that in that one game. They can compete. They need to upgrade point guard or the point guard position. Well, now that they got rid of one of their point guards, I think Tim Connolly, who we know makes big moves, they're targeting someone on that. On the other hand, there's also Giannis potentially out there. He's obviously not a point guard, but he would change the dynamic of that team a lot if he's healthy. Big asterisk there. Now they're probably up in borderline OKC position. Maybe not better than, but they're in a position where they could spring an upset. They're going to do something by tomorrow. I don't see the scenario where we're talking next Wednesday. We're like, wow, Wolves didn't do anything. No, they're sure as heck going to try to do something. And I don't know which one it's going to be. But they're set up to make a big move by tomorrow afternoon. I don't think it'll be Giannis. I'm more inclined to think the Bucks, if they're going to move him, are going to wait till the summer, what we've talked about before, draft positioning and all of that. What you can do move-wise, if they're going to do it, makes more sense. But also, as Jim Ozarski's been saying, signing another extension's definitely on the table here. It's not what the national folks want to hear.
Right.
But the pattern is there to do this yet again, and that Giannis Antetokounmpo is going to be a buck for the next few years.
Well, and then you kind of look at it for, like, I've been joking about it this morning, but I think it's something. I would think that's kind of a major headline when Giannis says, I want to retire as a Milwaukee Buck. Nowhere to be found on ESPN. Nowhere to be found on CBS Sports. Nowhere. Not even when you narrow it down to, like, the NBA tab. Nowhere.
Doesn't fit the narrative.
No. Now, this just popped up. Eric Name, who does cover the Bucks for The Athletic, he just wrote a piece. And I want to read the beginning part of this because this kind of tells you, I think, another side of Giannis that was kind of it. Like, not a lot of athletes, I don't think, would do this. After conducting a one-on-one interview with the Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel's Jim Owczarski following his pregame on-court rehab session before the Bucks' victory over the Bulls Tuesday, Giannis believed that he needed to find a way to offer me the same opportunity as the other local reporter who follows the Bucks around the country on a daily basis. That is how it came to be that Giannis and I chatted over the phone for the first time late Tuesday night as he received treatment for his calf injury. Unbreakable loyalty is one of the defining traits of the two-time MVP, and honestly, much of the reason he has drawn the attention of every NBA fan with less than 48 hours before the trade deadline. I think that's kind of cool that Giannis like, hey, I got to give Eric the same. How many more athletes are going to do that?
No. And those are, I mean, if you want to follow the Bucks, Jim Owczarski and Eric Name are the two to follow as of right now. They're the core reporters. They're going to have the best handle on that. Says something that Giannis is sitting down talking to, however you want to describe it, with both of them. We're not getting national interviews, but we're getting local interviews.
Here's a couple quotes. When asked why it would mean something to him to be with the Bucks for the rest of his career and win again with the team, Giannis shifted his focus to the city. We always go back to the Bucks, the Bucks, the Bucks. And if I'm going to stay here, if I'm not going to stay here, let's put the Bucks on the side for 1 second. Let's talk about the city itself, the memories that I've created here. When you open my kid's passport, it says Milwaukee, Wisconsin, born in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I had 4 kids in the span of the last 5 years in the city. My dad is buried in the city. I've built a house for my mom 10 seconds away from my house. Literally, to walk to my mom's front door, it takes me 4 seconds right next door. On what planet, on what earth would somebody want to leave this? Just because I'm just catching this on the fly here too. With less than a minute remaining, Giannis heard his right. Okay, this is talking about his injury. Blah, 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 blah. Brother, if you ask me deep down what I want today, I want to be a Milwaukee Buck for the rest of my career. I want to win here, another championship. And if you could tell me that's possible, let's just hang up the phone. You know basketball. You see basketball. You understand basketball. You've been around greatness. You've been around a championship team. You've been around a good culture. You've been around when the popcorn was popping. You were around. You saw it. If you tell me that's possible, we can hang up the phone and keep on moving with our day. Neither of us hung up the phone, and neither of us moved about the rest of our day, says Eric said too. He says, I want to be, this is Giannis, I want to be here, but I want to be here to win, not fighting for my life to make the playoffs. I'm not used to inconsistent basketball. I've played so many years of consistent basketball. I'm not used to it anymore. During the game, I don't know if you can see my face, but I get frustrated during the game while the game is going on. I know there's going to be times you're going to lose. You're not going to win all the games, but at the end of the day, it's like how we carry ourselves. I see other teams, how they are and how they play, how connected the chemistry they have, and how people are doing the right thing, and they're riding for one another. I just want that. I want that for my team.
See, now the Bucks need to do right by Giannis for a change and move him to a team where he has a chance to win, like the New York Knicks or the Los Angeles Lakers.
How about this now? So would Giannis commit to another season with the Bucks if they're able to get back into position to win consistently? Giannis says, you're saying that if they could convince me to stay within the team and the next year that we could compete? Oh, yeah, 1,000%, 1,000,000%.
He
is clearly putting the ball in the Bucks front office court right now.
Right. Like, and there's nothing really controversial there.
No.
Like he clearly wants to win. He wants to be loyal, but he also wants to win. And if the Bucks are kind of screwing it up, like he also doesn't want to be taken advantage by the Bucks. Like, hey, here's our star. Check it out. Because we know when Giannis leaves, well, I shouldn't say for sure. Like you're not going to have as white hot of a star. Like let's take the Timberwolves. You're not trading Giannis for Anthony Edwards,
Right,
okay? Yeah. You're going to get some. You're going to get.
Try explaining that to an 8-year-old, by the way.
Right.
When I'm talking to Hudson about these, and I'm like, well, Warriors are there. Well, we better get Steph Curry. It doesn't work that way.
No.
But that's the
No.
Kid, I get it. You're 8 and that, but yeah.
Right. You'll learn soon enough how that goes. Hey, there's a possibility in a package. I've already seen some. One of the Wolves fans I follow was like, really hope a Giannis trade with the Bucks, if that happens, doesn't involve Naz Reid. There's a sizable chunk of the Timberwolves fan base that would be upset getting Giannis Antetokounmpo, but if it meant losing Naz Reid, if you're not a Timberwolves fan, I don't think you understand just how popular Naz Reid is with the Wolves fans. He's like Bobby Portis on steroids. They have to do the steroids.
Okay,
kind of is, honestly. I mean, anytime you just see Naz Reid get posted somewhere, you're like, oh, he did something. And then everyone posts after that, Naz Reid. Also, Naz Reid would probably become a Bucks fan favorite pretty quickly, too. Yeah, probably so. Like, there's just a thing about him. But it's not Ant. It's not Curry. It's not Jalen Brunson. It's not... I guess Trae Young. Well, he's with the Wizards. Sorry, that Hawks trade doesn't work anymore. He's not Kevin Durant. Find the biggest name with any of the teams associated with the potential Giannis trade. It's not LeBron or Luka. Bill Simmons did have a pretty funny trade idea when they were going through those like about a couple weeks ago that involved trading Giannis to the Lakers, involving Luka Doncic going back to the Bucks.
Oh, man.
Like, it's one of those where it's completely ridiculous, but it kind of, in a weird way, works. And if I tried to explain it, it would take too long. But that's not going to happen that way.
No. I don't know, this is just me, and I know we got to take a really quick break here, but okay, this is another instance of Giannis saying, I want to retire. I want to be here. If you're committed to winning, and this, to be fair, this is what Giannis has said in different ways for as long as they're committed to winning, I want to be here. He has said that before, to be fair with him. So it's not like he has said similar stuff. Okay. I'm the Bucks then. He's not going to get traded by a deadline. In the offseason then, these two sides need to sit down and be like, okay, Giannis, we want you here. We still want to win, but you also have to recognize, which will probably be kind of hard because of his age too, it might take a year or two to kind of, to quote Aaron Rodgers, retool, right? To kind of retool a little bit. We're committed, but you also have to realize this is a situation we're in because we did try to do a lot of this stuff. And if he's on board with that, he's like, okay, I totally get it. As long as you're committed to winning, great. Then if I'm the Bucks, I put it right back in his quarter. Here's an extension, sign it. Right? I mean, that's how I would approach it.
Yeah, and if he says no, then okay, move him.
Yeah.
Dispassionately speaking, take out your Wisconsin fandom. Also take out any knowledge of Giannis Antetokounmpo's loyalty, his character, any of that. Just assess him as a basketball player, what is on his resume in terms of production, in terms of health, age, all of that, where the Bucks are. Should the Bucks move Giannis? Total dispassionate. Just look at it from a basketball point of view.
No, because they have done nothing else to prove me that they can even draft well.
No,
yeah, that's the other part.
Gosh, that's pretty bleak. Because
I mean, I went through the draft picks. It's who?
I know. That's why I'm assuming they're going to find. They're going to make another reach with their draft picks.
Their best pick, outside of Dante DiVincenzo, was Kevin Porter Jr., but then they shipped him off, and then they got him back somehow. But still, that doesn't even, you can't even.
Somehow they're going to do a G League project again with like the 8th pick. Like, who?
Remember the Thon Maker era?
Oh, gosh. There was a moment there where there was some optimism. Just like a brief moment. And that's pre-Horst, too. Okay, I'll put it this way. If we had some faith that the Bucks could draft above average, shall we say, at a minimum average, maybe above average, should the Bucks move Giannis and Antetokounmpo? Is that the right thing to do?
Probably.
Okay. See, that's kind of where I've been all along.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think it's the right move to do long-term for the franchise. Probably best for him. And now that he's a little older, I mean, he's 31. I don't know what his production's going to be. That's as a Timberwolves fan, now that like this actually seems realistic, like this seemed a total joke to be like, wow, imagine if he went to Minnesota. Well, now it's actually realistic that it could happen, even though I don't think it will. But that's in the back of my mind, like, hey, he's an older player, gets hurt a little bit more. Like, yes, I would take him, of course.
This is
but
one thing I don't know if he'd be up for, but I would seriously have this conversation with him too, because let's face it, when he's not on the court, the team takes a hit, and they were still losing too with him. But, and I've seen this kind of be thrown out there, I think if he really wants to win another championship, he has seriously got to consider toning it down in the summer and playing for Greece and wear and tear on that body a lot. Like, you look at these calf injuries and such, like, and the guy plays constantly. Is he getting at that age where it's like, dude, just take a summer off?
Yeah. Maybe
And,
so.
you
Like,
know.
he's been trying to work on his game, and there have been a lot of aspects of his game. We've talked about free throw shooting, three-pointers, that sort of stuff. That's right. He's been doing the right thing in that. But it's one thing to focus on aspects of your game. It's another thing to be constantly playing.
Yeah.
But as much as we know about kinesiology, there's a – correct me if I'm wrong, because, again, you would know more about this. There's a certain threshold you pass where now it's going to start having a negative effect. You could probably keep working on threes for a very long, correct me if I'm wrong, and this too, you could work on threes a long time, and it's probably not going to wear yourself out, if that's like the one thing, or free throw shooting, or certain aspects of your game.
But
if
we know that's not Giannis's game.
that's the thing. If he's working on the totality of it, well, that's every part of your body, and then he plays actual game reps in the summer, Olympics, World Basketball, all of that's happening.
Right.
It's probably something another team's going to.
It's kind of like the World Baseball Classic where all these teams are saying, nope, you're not pitching. Dodgers. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I mean, there's insurance factors, but that's the thing. If you want them available, we're going to have an Edwin Diaz sort of situation. I'm wary that's going to happen next month. As much I'm looking forward to the World Baseball Classic, I think a lot of people are. But that's a factor. That could be a factor. I've been hearing that. Interesting you bring that up. I've been hearing that pounded a lot with regards to the Wild. All the Wild players that are playing in the Winter Olympics in the next couple weeks. Oh, gosh. If Quinn Hughes gets injured, the big guy that got, in terms of star stature, he gets injured in the Olympics. Oh, great. Here comes another first-round exit. It's that sort of stuff that all these teams are scared of having. That has nothing to do with their actual league. And that's probably going to be a factor with Giannis as well, with whether it's the Bucks, Wolves, whichever team has him going down the road.
Yep. All right, we got to take a quick break. We got to play a little catch-up, but we'll be right back after these quick words. between the NBA trade deadline and Giannis, you got Super Bowl and the Winter Olympics going on. I mean, there's not really spring training is going to be starting in like a week, 50 days, by the way, opening day for the Brewers. 3 weeks from this weekend, the first spring training game. So that's soon. A lot going on popping up here. So I don't know. Like maybe it hasn't hit me because there's been other stuff going on. The Super Bowl hasn't quite like sunk in.
I was thinking about that just this morning. I've noticed that the past few years that Super Bowl week, and again, I'm always cautious to go, well, it's what I hear is the whole like, well, no one's covering it. Well, it's who you're following. But it feels like it's less of a thing Super Bowl week, mind you. The Super Bowl has been plenty big. But see if this theory matches what you're noticing. A lot of the Super Bowl matchup stuff happens in the immediate wake of the conference championship games. That's where we kind of squeeze out the juice. It's what are the matchups? What's the DVOA stuff? Side note, the DVOA matchup from Aaron Schatz actually came out this morning. But all of that happens immediately afterwards because now we want to go what's next. So we do that on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, the week of the week prior to Super Bowl week. Starts to fade. Then you get to actual Super Bowl week. Well, unless there's some other big storyline, like if there's a major injury or something, or some big controversial thing with a coach.
Yeah.
Or kind of through that, because Media Day, I think I saw like one photo, and then otherwise I was mainly hearing about like, why aren't they wearing their uniforms anymore? That's not been a thing for a while.
The other thing is, I mean, the whole jersey faux pas. Have you heard about that?
What was that?
So apparently, like Fanatics released a big statement, like they ran out or there's a shortage of stuff. And as somebody noted, well, that was them admitting they didn't think these two teams would actually be any good this year. But then I think it was the Patriots Pro Shop, like posted an image of like, we've got your Super Bowl jerseys in stock. It is clearly a bad iron-on job. Like the Super Bowl patches they're not even in the same spot. It's bad. It's really bad.
Well, and it doesn't help that you have now you have the not official America 250 logo patch. Like, really, we have to have a different one? Can't you just like put the actual one on? So that's on there. It's getting a little NASCAR-ish. It's not entirely, but you kind of have that effect going on. May not have entirely helped that the Patriots decided to do the superstitious thing of, we're wearing our road uniforms because that's what we've done. And so then that's different.
Look at where the patch is kind of like iron.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking at the picture. A, it's on the shoulder hoops. B, it's on the home jersey, which they're not wearing in the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So that is a jersey that never would have existed.
Yep. They do have the white on the side.
Okay.
But you can see
but that one doesn't have the hoops on. What the?
But see where like it's all ironed on. It's in different spots.
What? This is all bad. Like I see at least 3 different bad jerseys on that.
And that's from the Patriots Pro Shop.
Yeah. Okay. Also, Patriots were good this year too. Like this isn't like who was the 7th seed that had because that wouldn't have been the Packers I could have conceivably seen. Like, did we necessarily the Panthers? I can understand if someone held off on Carolina, thinking, really them? Gosh, that's stupid. A lot of stupid around there.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that's the biggest controversy of the week, which
pretty much
I'll take that. The hype stuff, yeah, like Radio Row doesn't seem to be as big. I know we have you're going to hear our folks from Radio Row, but that doesn't seem, and not just Radio Row. I should branch out from that further. Media presence. So the online shows, the TV. You'll see some talk about the sets and every so often, but it doesn't seem to be as big of a deal.
No.
Pro Bowl games, wow, they actually happened yesterday.
Right. The star might have been Micah Parsons on his cart driving around.
I know, and I honestly, I'm okay with it. You know me and hype stuff. I'll take less hype and focus on the actual substance of it. It'll be plenty big by the time we get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And that'll be important, but sure.
All right, final break here, and then we got to run through some picks, so we'll do that. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes. All right, let's just do 2 predictions because we only got a couple minutes left to the top. 1, Bucks Pelicans tonight. Will the Bucks get their 20th win on the season?
No.
I guess the 13-win Pelicans at home.
Yeah.
They beat the Bulls last night.
I
at least.
know. I know strange things happen, but it's just
I'm gonna go Bucks win.
okay.
So I just
You
jinxed it,
believe.
so.
And how will that affect Giannis's
Well, last night it was, and it's probably going to be the same tonight. You had people live tweeting when Giannis would leave the bench because he was sitting up, and all of a sudden, people, not to spread anything. Yeah, you are. But Giannis has left the bench. It's like, oh, God. And yeah, I kind of fell into it a little bit too.
Was this a trade move?
That's what everybody's, Or he's getting more popcorn,
Or has he had enough?
Does he get traded by tomorrow?
No.
I don't think so either. So, but
Who? If he is traded by tomorrow, to whom does he go?
Warriors.
And I'm not saying this as a homer. Timberwolves. I think they've set this up enough. They're like, if they're going to try to make this happen, and they're going to try to top anyone else. Tim Connolly's going to make you talk about big swings. This is like.
So what's the backup option if it's not Giannis?
It's going to be some point guard situation. Like I said earlier, if the Timberwolves are going to do something. They have to. You can't take off spots and then be like, oh, I guess we'll just kind of skate through this year. Mm-hmm. And they can always retool for next year as well. But no.
So who's the point guard that's potentially?
I don't know. That's the problem. Like
LaMelo.
Maybe. Like I feel like there's.
The Hornets are playing good now, though, too.
They are. Yeah, it was like a 7-game winning streak, I think, I saw. But the Wolves, this much I'll say. The Timberwolves will be involved in another more than 2-team trade. Mm-hmm. That's just a guess. I don't have any insight on that. But it's not going to be a 2-team deal. They're going to do something that's going to involve at least 3 teams. I wonder if we actually get to 4. Ooh. With whatever they end up doing, because they do need to upgrade in some, whether point guard or Giannis. It's something they got to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, it'll be fascinating.
They missed out on James Harden if they wanted that point guard. So,
darn.
All right. That's going to do it for us on this Wednesday morning. Same place, same time tomorrow morning. We'll see if Giannis is still a Buck. And we still got time tomorrow, though, where he couldn't be. So, lots to get to. All right. Have a good rest of your day. We'll talk to you tomorrow.